All right, we're on the air. What's up, ladies and gentlemen?
Baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, I'm leaving this morning, gotta go ride the blind. I've been mistreated and I don't mind dying. Well, woke up this morning, got to go ride the blind. Been mistreated, baby, and I don't mind dying. Well, the blues ain't nothing but a low down, shake and chill. If you ain't had them, then you know you never will. Well, the blues ain't nothing, baby, but a low down shake and chill. If you ain't had them, baby, well, I hope you never will. Well, people tell me the walking blues ain't so bad. Worst no feeling that I ever had. Well, people tells me that the walking blues ain't bad. Worst no feeling that I ever had. Lord, I feel like blowing my own lonesome horn. Got up this morning and my little Bernice was gone. Well, feel like a blowing my own lonesome horn. But I got up this morning and my little Bernice was gone.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? All right, it's a fine, hot-ass Wednesday night right now in South Kakalaki. It's been over 90 degrees today. Fahrenheit, that is. Get some background music going here. Read a couple of comments. See who's in the house. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning. What's up, man? Ron says, how are you, brother? I'm doing pretty good. What's up? How you doing, man? Frank Morgendorfer says, morning, Ron. Bears Den says, hey, what's up, Ed? How you doing, man? Music Blogger says, greetings, my fellow earthlings. Greetings back at you. Christy Bush says, hey, y'all, sounding great. Appreciate that a lot. Let's see. Yak Fishing says, sup, Ed? What's up, man? Steve-O says, aye, y'all. Julian Santaguida says, good to be here on your live stream. Edward just got out of the shower and ready to hear some great music from you. All right, well, get dressed first. Yak Fishing says, sup, everybody else. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, oh, man, you've been on for 2 hours already? Need to change my alarm. No, I just started. We're just starting here. James Laura says, hey, now it's not here. Yak Fishing says, been raining here for days. Yeah, it rains every day this time of year here, like just like a little rainstorm at least. Basil Tiffany says, good evening, folks. Magnetic Connection says, I made it here again. What's up? Yak Fishing says, what's up, James? Nobody else talking, I guess. James says, lucky Yak. Yak says, today's been hell, James. Yeah, Jakob Yarzabek says, happy belated birthday, Ed. Sorry I missed the birthday stream. Oh, that's all right, man. I'm 42, so I don't care too much about birthdays anymore. Mickle Montrule says, back for another Wednesday. What's up, man? How you doing? James Laura says, got some Evan Williams. Oh, hell. Now, you're going to have a hangover. I don't mess with Evan no more. But anyway, probably explained like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, Ron's asking, how's the bachelor life? Yeah, I was just about to get into that. A couple weeks ago, my wife went to China for a month and been just like living the bachelor lifestyle here all alone. And actually made a film about it, expressing my feelings with the fine art of interpretive dance. And I want to show you all that right now. Cut my background music off. It's a little movie I made about it. I'll play that right now. No. Yeah, anyway, there's a little film I made there. See what kind of feedback I got on that. Let me start the background music back here. Yeah, Fishing says, yeah, man, got to get my dog's teeth cleaned, x-ray done. He says, then his sister has to go following week. Ron says, cool. James Laura says, I'm going to buy some of that green tooth powder for the dogs. Ron says, Tom Cruise, laughing my ass off. Yep, risky business. Christy says, OMG, that's so good. Ron says, laughing my ass off, that's great. Mickle says, laughing my ass off. Let me see. Yak Fishing talking about the dog toothpaste there. Mark Fixin says, praise be the great maker for the invention of boxer shorts. Yeah, damn straight. Mark says, comedy gold. Ron says, hell yeah, brother. Christy Bush says, I want to download it. I might stick it up on Patreon or put it somewhere. I don't know. Julian says, OMG Ed, you're giving the Tom Cruise spoilers that gives me flashbacks to his movie Risky Business and how you put some heavy metal music. Yeah, you know, I swore I would never do that song again. And so, well, you know, I decided if I'm going to do it, might as well make it sound cool as fuck, you know. Christy says, love it. Rat's ass says, well, I guess that means the wife is still out of town. Yep, sure is. Yeah, about another week and a half. And Yak Fishing says, yeah, I had a beagle that I've had to have spinal surgery once. It was damn expensive, damn worth it too. Christy says, your voice is made for thrash. Yeah, I just gave it the Chris Barnes treatment. You know, like 6 Feet Under used to do like really good classic rock covers. I gave it that treatment. In fact, most old rock songs can be improved by like giving them the Chris Barnes treatment. Night Soul says, what's good, Edward? Let's go. What's up, man? Basil Tiffany says, I feel like clothes are about to come off. I had to tape my boxers shut for that thing, you know, in case I had like a wardrobe malfunction. That thing came out, it would have knocked the camera off the stand. Sean Arson says, good evening, y'all. What's up, man? How you doing? Cigarette that went out. But yeah, that's what I spent all yesterday doing. Making a 2-minute video. Christy says, intriguing. Get a little air here. Cut my AC on a second. Y'all want to do a shot? So today I've got I got the Cuddy Sark Scotch, 12-year-old Scotch blended, and I've got the Gentleman Jack Tennessee whiskey here. So y'all tell me which one. And I guess while we do that, I'll hit another tune here. Says, I thought she was back from her vacation in China. Your wife's still there, huh? Yeah, she's still in China. Be about June 30th when she gets back. He votes for Jack Daniels. Christy votes for Jack. Bears Den votes for Jack. All right. Morningstar says, I need some Lightning Hopkins picked in my life. No specific song, just playing for a few minutes. This Texas sun's made me nostalgic. Alright, we'll do some Lightning Hopkins. Mickle votes for Cuddy. Julian says, do a shot, play some Howlin Wolf. Alright. Do a little bit of Lightning Hopkins here. And then we'll take a shot and do some Howlin Wolf.
my shotgun. Lightning bound, I go shooting again.
Need a thumb pick for this. Here we go.
Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound, I go shooting again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. Throw it down in that deep dug well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. The Texas Blues by request right there. Let's go ahead and do that Howlin Wolf tune too. By the way, super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, I sure would appreciate it. The super chats are basically the tip bucket. That's the little money sign down there below the chat right there. I need a capo for this. Spoonful of diamond, could it be a spoonful of gold? Just a little spoon of your precious love, satisfy my soul. Men lies about a little, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. But everything fighting about the spoonful, spoon at the spoon at the spoonful, spoon at the spoon at the spoonful, spoon at the spoon. spoon, that spoonful. But everything fighting about the spoonful. Well, it could be a spoonful of coffee. Could be a spoonful of tea. Just a little spoon of your precious love is good enough for me. Man lies about a little. Some of them cries about a little. Some of them dies about a little. But everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. But everything fighting about the spoonful. Full of water, save you from the desert sand. Could be a spoon, a little 45, save you from another man. Man lies about a, some of them cries about a little, some of them dies about a little. The spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. But everything's fighting about the spoonful. So spoonful there. Howlin Wolf, also covered by Cream. Written by Willie Dixon. Let me cut this air conditioner back on here. And let's see. Looks like by the voting up here that Jack Daniels, I think, won the election up there. So I guess we'll do a shot now. Adam K says just tuned in. Was that Bring Me My Shotgun? Yeah, that was Lightning Hopkins. Ron confirms that. Morning Star says it's always amazing how iconic that intro riff is. Immediately Lightning Hopkins all the way. Yeah, that was kind of his thing, that little rundown there. Or turnaround or whatever they call it, you know. All right. Gentleman jack off. Christy Bush says, oh, you're such a hottie. Well, I appreciate that. I know I am. Shit. Let's see. Morning Star says, yeah, he had a signature little run that I can pick out in my sleep. It's most of his songs near the beginning. Yeah, that little Lightning Hopkins, like, how it goes. All right, here we go. Oop, shit, spilled a little bit. Cheers, Kempai, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, all those different cheers there. Here we go, down the hatch. Harpazo on the horizon says, good evening, folks. What's up, man? Avery Thatcher says, how long we gonna want Wang Dang Doodle tonight? If I could find the words to it, I'd have them somewhere. That's one I have to read the lyrics to, unfortunately. Ron says, killed it, appreciate that. Julian Santaguita says, wow, I'm blown away from Howlin Wolf. If he was still alive today, I would like to see him in concert. Yep, yeah, I sure damn would too.
I think he died back in the 70s, or it might have been the 80s. I can't remember. Adam K says, I never heard some cover Bring Me a Shotgun. Hell yeah, I love that song. Cool, appreciate that. Ron says, let's do some stuttering and bullshitting. Right. Wait, I think I need a cold beer. I'm like burning up. Been like 90 degrees outside all day. 92, I think. Ron says, yes, sick intro. Appreciate that. Morning Star says, well, I've heard you play Spoonful a lot over the years. I think that might be the best one yet. Your voice sounds like you've been taking care of it a little bit. Yep. Yeah, except for last night when I was doing death metal vocals over old-time rock and roll. that was one take. That was all my throat could handle. You know, that guttural shit. I was going like... Right. Let me get a beer here. It's Miller time. Oh, shit. I left it up here. Leland tore down says, hey Ed, what electric are you playing tonight? Got the Lucille back there, the Epiphone Lucille. Martian Murray says, howdy all. What's up, man? How you doing? Christy Bush says, woo, I need about a spoonful of that. Come and get it. Martian Murray says, been 90s here too. Just thankful it's not in the hundreds in South Texas. Yeah, I imagine Texas probably gets worse than here. A lot of places. Let's see. Mark Fixer says, got a new drinking salute for you. Zivelli, is that? What is that? Is that like a Eastern European type of thing, or what? Julian Santaguida says that metal scream wasn't so good. Wasn't so good. You were rocking out with some Korn or Slipknot. were you rocking out with some Korn or Slipknot? No, I was doing Chris Barnes basically, like from Cannibal Corpse, you know. Curzio Moretti says, good night from Italy. What's up? How you doing, man? Rodney says, Ed, Rodney here. Albert King, I'll play the blues for you. And do you like Randy Hansen? I don't think I know Randy Hansen, unfortunately. I'll play the blues for you. That's one I don't know. I'd have to learn it. It's got like actual chords in it that are beyond like 1, 4, 5 and shit. So, I got to get that one down. I don't know the words either. Let's see, Ron Swanson says, I have some Matthew Gloag Scotch and some Glendalough Double Barrel. That sounds pretty damn good there. Hitting the Scotch tonight. Let me cut my background music back on. Shit, I forgot. Why is it not playing? Oh, there it goes. Leland tore down says, ever heard of Lance Lopez, Heavy Blues? I haven't heard that. Mark says, haha, I wanted to hear you pronounce that. It says Serbian. That they know how to drink over there. Yeah, I've heard about Serbians like being pretty big on alcohol. Morningstar says it's not uncommon for it to creep into the 110s down here in North Texas. Yeah, that doesn't happen here very often. It'll get like a little above 100 sometimes. Basil Tiffany says, I can't deal with that southern heat. Yeah, the heat sucks. The humidity makes it worse. You know, we're right in the middle of it like this time of year. Ron says, Ed, how did those gigs go on the weekend? I went pretty good. Let's see, I had one at World of Beer. I had one the next day in a little town called Edgefield, in an outside place. Then I had another one at like a local, kind of a park. It's called Hopkins Gardens. Hot as hell, burned up, you know. Only had to play an hour though, that last one. See, Basil Tiffany says, Micheladas is what I use beer for. Micheladas. Julian says, Cannibal Corpse, not a fan, but if it was Metallica, then yes, I got their poster in my room. I think you were rocking out with George Fisher. Ron says, and Monday, how's everyone? It was 25 Celsius here. Cool. Yeah, the Monday gig was at the local garden park or whatever the fuck it is. They got like a huge stage with dressing rooms and all this stuff. It's an outside gig, playing like in front of a pond, basically. Mad Max says, sorry for the lack of views. I was in the county jail, Eddie. Oh, shit. He says, food was shit. They're probably getting like the 2-year-old bologna sandwich and all that. Ron says, you're fucking with us, right? Rodney says, Randy Hansen is tribute band to Hendrix. Oh, okay. I have to look them up. Morningstar says, it's a Mexican cocktail that uses beer. It's like a Bloody Mary on steroids. Oh, okay. I've never heard of that. I just threw my cigarette across the room by accident. Now that I know it's a Spanish word, maybe I can pronounce it. Let me see. Let me go back up. Micheladas. Yeah. Ron says, that sucks. What did you do? Mad Max says, public drunkenness. I'm so lucky I was never busted for that. Leland Tordown says, Randy Hansen, great Hendrix imitator, looks and everything. You have to check him out. Adam K says, Kirk Hammett has Peter Green's Greeny 59 Les Paul. That Les Paul probably started it all. I didn't know Kirk Hammett would have an interest in something like that. Huh. Shit. Never heard him play a blues riff. Enter Sandman, you could maybe argue is a blues riff. Chi Get Hayayo says, play some Eddie Taylor. I'd have to learn some. Ron says, who hasn't done that one, eh? Yeah, I've been publicly drunken like many times and somehow escaped going to jail for it. Adam K says, Peter Green and Clapton. Mad Max says, I would have said it sooner, but was trying to rest after that experience. Ron says, I never was arrested for it, but they told me to go straight home a few times. I got the hell home quick. Yeah, that happened to me a few times, yeah. They just get the hell out of here, get somebody to pick you up, or we're going to take you to jail for public drunkenness. Mad Max says, no doubt, man. Devil Shoestring says, want to learn the slide. Which finger would you recommend putting the slide on? It kind of depends on the song for me, but it's usually either my ring finger or my pinky finger. I don't really do that middle finger thing a whole lot. Adam K says, Kurt bought it for something like $2 million. Damn. Bought Peter Green's guitar. Mad Max says, aha, I wish they told me the same. Julian Santaguida says, here was raining like crazy with the thunderstorm. I should have brought an umbrella with me. I would die for Kirk Hammett's guitars. When I saw him a couple weeks ago, he was playing a guitar with like a painting on it. It was like, there was like a head on there, like a person's face or something. Looked like some kind of movie monster face or something. The guitar was like orange and red, I think. Mad Max says it was only 2 days, so it wasn't too bad. Leland Tore Down says 25 drunks in public, 5 DUIs, no booze, 36 years. Oh yeah, I think after about the 3rd DUI, I probably would have quit. 25 drunken publics. Damn, boy. That, you know, glad you took care of that little problem there. Ron says, got to listen at that point. Morningstar says, you learn any Gary Davis since the last time I asked you? Got to learn some lyrics. Yeah, I know the music to a few of them, like a few of his tunes. You got to learn the words. Samson and Delilah's got like an ass of words to it. Rodney says, Randy Hansen was from Seattle, never met Hendrix, and he played with Hendrix's original band members in the band of Gypsies. Okay, so he's probably been around a little bit. Been around a while. Coulter Michael James says, Ed, how about Life by the Drop, SRV? That's one I don't know there. I'd have to learn that one. Shovel says, no drinking, no handcuffs. I figured it out. Right. Ron says, wow, Leland, good job. Probably necessary at that point. George Ordway says, aloha, everyone. How's the recording coming along, Ed? Yeah, just playing around with some stuff. Gonna get some drum tracks down hopefully this week. Tristan says, hi, Ed and all. What's up? Mad Max says, 2 whole days of no drinking and smoking. Damn, that was like Nam. Oh, yeah, Ron leaves a link to my PayPal there. You can also tip me through PayPal. I take Super Chats and PayPals if y'all feel like giving me a tip or something. I'm kind of busking here. I don't put ads on these shows. So, yeah, Super Chats and PayPal tips are the life of the show. And he also leaves a link to the Patreon. I got a Patreon page with exclusive stuff on there and MP3 downloads and stuff like that. Morningstar says, I just want to contemplate my mortality with death. Don't have no mercy, even if it's just a guitar. That's one I can try to learn. My old Gary Davis. Mad Max says, play some Hank Williams. I can play some Hank. All right. I'm dressed for it. Or Folsom Prison Blues, he said. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll do Folsom. I got a real good finger-picking version of that. Julian Santaguida says, I don't drive or drink. I suck at driving a car. I'm not good for the road. The guitars he was using were ESP. They were horror-themed and had a spider skull guitar and the Ouija board guitar. A Ouija board guitar. Ron also left a link to my merch. Appreciate that. Got the patented Ed Phillips shot glass there and some t-shirts and stuff like that. This thing ain't tuned.
sunshine saying, I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. But them people keep moving on down to San Antonio. And I was just a baby. My boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. But then people keep moving, I hang my head and cry. Fancy dining car, know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars, but I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But then people keep moving, and that's what tortures me. From this prison and that railroad train was mine, I bet you I'd move it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. And I'd let the lonesome whistle blow my blues away. Alrighty.
Harpazzo says, what is your order of recording your music? Drum tracks first, or rhythm guitar? Or I do a scratch track with like a guitar and some vocals. Then I'll put drums over it and then build everything on the drums. Ron says, smash the like button, please. Yeah, y'all do that. It helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Like, subscribe, share this on your social media, all that good stuff. Mark says, I used to do a RGD, heard the Angels singing. One of the only ones of his with a minor chord, as I remember. C to E minor, turn around, and B. Oh, it means Reverend Gary Davis. He did some pretty damn complicated stuff on the guitar. You know, he's a Piedmont guy, right? He came from Lawrence, South Carolina. Ron says, well, good job, Ed. That was a perfect tune by ear, and it was quick, too. Appreciate that. David Howard says, 74 years old here. I stopped answering the door. Everyone that knows me has my cell number. Got to be someone selling something. How about Jesus just left Chicago? Let's see. I don't know the words. I can play a little bit of it. Let me see.
Chicago, bound for New Orleans. Well, Jesus just left Chicago, he's bound for New Orleans. And all parts in between. Mississippi water turned to wine.
See, I don't know the words. Mad Max says, very good cover from Ed. Appreciate that. Julian Santa Guida says, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, share. George Ordway says, can you go into LaGrange? I could do that, yeah.
talking about letting me know you wanna go to that home out on the range. Got a nice girls. Have mercy. How, I hear it's fine. You got time. And that tender get yourself in. I hear it's fine. Most every night. Well, now I might be mistaken. ZZ Top. Devil's Shoestring sends $1.99 in a super chat. He says, appreciate it. When is your next gig in Aiken? That's a good one. I play out of town a lot. I believe August, like I'm probably playing downtown Aiken like someday in August, like in the alley. But appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for that a lot. Keith Peterson says, hello, what's up? Ron Swanson sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, some Big Bill, please. I can do that. All right, some Big Bill Broonzy. Some good old blues there. And Keith Peterson sends me a $20 super chat. He says, hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. Can I get a random? Yeah, I can do that for y'all. All right. Appreciate those super chats very much, Ron Swanson and Keith Peterson. Thank you all kindly. And Keith Peterson sends me another $2 super chat. He says, Edward Phillips. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much for your generosity there. And Ron says, wow, that solo was tight. Appreciate that. Ron says, those bent screams were zesty, man. Yeah, doing some picked harmonics there. Toke says, how did you start playing gigs? Shit, I was probably like 12 when my grandpa started bringing me to the VFW. This buzzing thing. Okay. Maybe I should use this tuner I have here to tune the guitar. A little sharp, okay.
Okay, that'll work. All right. Big Bill Broonzy. Here's an old one he did back in the 40s. This song, good. It's called "Good Liquor Carry Me Down."
I know a little girl, about 16 years old, said, "Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul." Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. With my head in my hand, doctor said, "Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you monkey glands." Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
And a random one for Ron Swan. For Keith Peterson there. For Keith Peterson. Let's do a random here. And Keith sends me another $5. He says, "I'm going to order more Edward Phillips high quality t-shirts." I wish you would. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I do have an Etsy shop where I got these shot glasses and shirts for sale down there. A link below. Do a random for Keith Peterson from Pompano Beach. All right. First slide blues song ever recorded. I think it was done 1924 by Sylvester Weaver. It's called "The Guitar Rag." Guitar Rag by Sylvester Weaver back in the 20s. That was later lifted by Bob Wills and turned into like a steel guitar piece. Keith Peterson sends me another $20 super chat. He says, my new favorite, Edward, remember this and play it back on my random. All right, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for your generosity right there. I'll sure play that one for you anytime you want to hear it. Oh, hang on. There we go. Alrighty, let me see here. Let me get my background music started back, and we'll shoot the shit a little bit more and get my air conditioner back on and cool off a second. These lights are hot as hell. George Ordway says, friends is free and helps get those sit-downs out. I think he means hitting the thumbs up button. Yeah, y'all hit that like button. I would appreciate that a lot. Julian Santaguida says, awesome finger picking. When I play guitar, I use my thumb pick the strings to give that country twang. Use my thumb to pick the strings to give that country twang. I believe Blind Blake just played with his bare thumb like that. I would always use a pick. Christy Bush says, all right, Keith, Antonio, and Delicato sends me some beers. Christy Bush says, exactly, cheers. Ron says, hey, Christy. Keith Peterson says, Christy. George says, next week it might hit 100 Fahrenheit in the Maine woods. Jesus. It gets like that here sometimes, but I wouldn't expect that in Maine. Damn. It's 92 today here. Adam K says, this is off topic. Have you ever heard of Eastman mandolins? Chinese-made, handcrafted, amazing mandolin for $13.50 Canadian. I've never seen one of those. The only mandolin I got is like a cheapo. It's a Lotus, and I still got to glue the neck back onto it. The neck came undone. I bought it when I was 14, and it was the cheapest one they had at the music store. George Ordway says, how warm where you are? It was 92 today. Keith sends $10 in a super chat. He says, play a random for Christy. I can do that. All right. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Give me 1 second to cool off a little bit and smoke this cigarette. I'll play a random for you. Ron says, smooth sliding Ed. Appreciate that a lot. Adam K says, did you ever play Bill Monroe stuff on mandolin? Yeah, like the 3 bluegrass songs I knew on mandolin were all Bill Monroe songs. Yeah, I met him a couple times. If the thing didn't have the neck off of it right now, I'd play a couple. Christy Bush says, thank you so much, Keith Peterson. Adam K says, hell yeah. The beer's even warming up fast. Ron says, do you think doing these streams has improved your guitar playing and singing? I think so. Maybe. I mean, yeah. Took me a while to get used to staring into a camera and stuff. Devil's Shoestring says, play Four Walls of Rayford. I don't think I know that one. Adam K says, Monroe had quite a reputation. Was Monroe nice to you? Yeah, I met him twice. He was very nice. He gave me a quarter the first time I met him. Took some pictures. I think I showed some of those pictures on the show one night. Did I? I can't remember. I think I scanned them and showed a few on here. Like I was about 5 or 6 the first time I met him. I was 11 the second time I met him. And that was right before he died. I tried to get him to sign my ticket. You know, they give you this big paper ticket for a bluegrass festival, the one we went to. And he was like, "Well, I'll sign your head there, boy." And he pulled out his pen and he's just fucking with me, you know. He signed my ticket. I still got his signature. Christy Bush says, I bought his shot glass, and I send money when I can. Yeah, thank you for buying the shot glass there, Christy. Yeah, the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Adam K says Monroe liked to joke around. Yeah, he was kind of a smart ass. He had a reputation for that. Christy Bush says, I love seeing y'all tipping Ed. Appreciate that. Keith Peterson says, nice neighbors. George Ordway says, Ed, you really got the sound balance working amazing. Cool. Yeah, working pretty good here for one mic. Ron says, gonna bust out some crazy Ted tonight. I might do a couple. All right, let's play a random for Christy on behalf of Keith Peterson, who just sent me a super chat. What we're gonna do here? Let's do some Delta stuff. Little Sun House. Get tuned.
I got a letter this morning out of you, pregnant Red. Hurry, hurry, said the gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning out of you, pregnant Red. Said hurry, hurry, baby, gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby. They began to let her down. Well, I leaned in real close and I looked down in her face. That I will see the good old gal again to Judgment Day. Well, leaned in real close and I looked down in her face. I won't see the good old gal again to Judgment Day. till the good Lord sun went down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Oh, you know I loved her till the good Lord sun went down. Didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Well, love's hard on far, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard on far, hey, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, Lord, I got the walking blues.
All right, the Deaf Letter Blues right there by Son House. Straight out of Clarksdale. Back in the day, like when one of your relatives would die, they would send you a letter in the mail and have like a black stripe around the envelope. Keith Peterson sends $10 in a super chat. He says, "This is for you, Christy." Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Adam K says, "For one mic, your sound tonight is awesome. Appreciate that." He says, "For 3 mics, it's great." Julian says, "When I play some Hank Williams, I do that, but not some on Randy Travis. It was just some basic strumming. It was a surprise that I taught myself finger picking. That was a surprise for me." Yeah, it takes a while to get that syncopation down, you know, when you're doing like finger picking and stuff. But Christy says, "Hey Ron, how are you doing tonight?" Julian Santaguida says, "Do you have the ticket from your childhood, Ed?" Yeah, I got the Bill Monroe signed ticket. It's also got Jim and Jesse on it, I believe. A few other people. Ron Swanson says, "Great, thanks. How you doing?" Morning Star says, "You seen Sinners yet?" I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I still got to look that movie up. George Ordway says, "What's the difference between here and there?" The T. Christy Bush says, "If that's for me, Ed, that's perfect. Walking blues. I have trouble walking straight." Yeah. I don't think I could walk a straight line sober. Freebooter says, "I picked up a resonator guitar." Cool, man. Have fun with that. What brand was it? Keith Peterson says, "The answer is it started with Adam and Eve, dummy." Shit. Let me see here. Let's see. Jacob Yarzabek or Yakob, or not sure which one it is. $5. He says, "I'd love to take a shot and hear some Blind Boy Fuller or Blind Blake." All right, I can do that for you. I appreciate that $5 very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Smoke this and yeah, we'll play some. Let's see, should we do Blind Boy or Blind Blake? I might. I'll do some Blind Blake. Yeah. Let's do a shot. See, David Howard says the other night you were playing 9-Pound Hammer by Merle Travis. Did you ever see his son Tom Bresh play that tune? Bresh passed in 2022. Yeah, I have seen some video of Merle Travis's son. He was very good too. Oh yeah. Freebooter says, "Gretsch, bought it cheap at the pawn shop." Sweet. Okay, yeah, but Gretsch makes some pretty good stuff. Okay, y'all tell me. Let's see, Courvoisier Cognac, VS, and we got the Cutty Sark 12-year-old blended Scotch here. Y'all tell me which one. The, brandy or cognac or Scotch. Then we'll play a Blind Blake tune. Ron says Scotch. Basil says 12-year-old Scotch. Freebooter says Scotch. Looking like Scotch may win this one. Get them votes in, people. George says VS, tasty, pretty good stuff. It's got like a raisiny kind of flavor to it. Jacob says Scotch. Okay, pretty clear winner here, I think. Let's do some Scotch. Cutty Sark, classic Scotch, famously drank by Lyndon Johnson. All right, let's pour this into shot glass here. George says the ladies' man on SNL. Oh yeah, that's what he drank. Yeah, the Courvoisier, right? I got my Courvoisier right here. All right, cheers, Prost, Skull, L'chaim, Kim Pai, all that good stuff. Now let's fuck up some Blind Blake. And Jacob says Nazdrawi. I guess that's a cheers there. Not sure which language. Stephen Schutte says, good evening from Colorado. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, he paid me to play this. I better play it good. Let me see. It's a great big mystery. It is coming. If I can get the words, hang. Shit, take two. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. This did it, Walt did it. This did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, come on, Papa, and give me some more. Yo, did it, Walt did it. Yo, did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it. I got out and I looked around. Said, now look at who's in town. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it. Said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. Mr. Did it, Walt did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, Walt did it.
said, sister, I'll soon be gone. But give me that thing you sitting on. Did it, won't did it. That did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about did it, won't did it too much. Mr. Did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean.
Some blind Arthur Blake right there. The Van Halen of the 20s. Hard as fuck to play. All right, let me get my air back on here. Jakob says, cheers in Polish. Nozdrowi. Can't really pronounce it. Nozdrowi. Then, let's see, George Ordway says, Ubintium, cheers in Latin. Yeah, I can pronounce Latin. Ron says, love some blind Blake. Does too. Julian says, I was having my chill day while back. I was listening to 16 Tons by Tennessee Ernie Ford's son, Brian Ford. That was back in 1995, and he died in 2008. Yeah, you know, Merle Travis wrote 16 Tons. Christy says, Quavassier. That vote came in a little late. Freebooter says, fuck yeah. Speaking of Brian's, yeah, Brian Wilson died several days back. You know, one of my favorite composers of all time. Kind of up there with the Beatles for me. I loved Pet Sounds, one of my favorite albums ever. It was an inspiration for Sgt. Pepper, of course. And yeah, that totally sucks balls that Brian Wilson has passed away. Actually played Surfing USA a few days ago, like a very bad version of it, like just impromptu at a bar. Got shit falling here. Rodney says, Ed, do you do any Tony Joe White? Me and granddaughter are watching you, and she is 7. She likes you. I appreciate that very much, man. Tony Joe White, I don't think I know none. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. He says, Edward Phillips rules. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very, very much. You know, Julian says, if my parents ever die, they write a will. Stephen Schutte says, I just started listening to Big Bill Broonzy. Good stuff. Yeah, he had a pretty long career. Like he did recordings back in the 40s and the 50s and stuff. I think he did some stuff in the 60s too. Or did he die in the 60s? Christy Bush says, cheers. Ron says, I didn't know that happened. That sucks. Yeah, Brian Wilson, yeah, he had dementia and stuff. He was in a wheelchair. He died recently. Christy Bush says, Russian. Freebooter says, Polk Salad Annie. I played that with bands like years and years ago. Don't know the words and all that stuff. That's the one, like when Elvis was doing it, he'd have like a seizure and stuff. A little Polk Salad. Ron says, I just sent an email with a pic of my family and me on our fishing trip. Let me see if I can find that. Don Wilson says, Nostrovia. Polish cheers. Okay, that's how it's pronounced. Nostrovia. Ron says, Russia. Morningstar says, no, I'm glad he's at peace finally. I've seen people erode away. Always happy to see someone rest after a long time of struggle. Yeah, when you get that dementia, man, you know. George Ordway says, the algorithm gave me something nice this week. YouTube search, deep dive, Brother Dage. Dage breaks down some of his better known tunes. I have to check that out. Some guy sends me $4.99 in a super chat. He says, I got them Deep River Blues. I wish I knew that one. Unfortunately, I don't know that one. But yeah, thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, play this back on one of my random requests. He talking about the one I just played, Diddy Wall Diddy. Thank you very much for that $10, Keith. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey, brother, just made it in. I'm doing some cleaning up around the house for Mom. Let's see. How has your last week been? Getting warmer here in Cape Breton, 24 degrees Celsius tomorrow. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for showing up, man. Hope Mom's doing good. Yeah, it was a 92 Fahrenheit here today, like whatever that is in Celsius. Ron says, that's a much bigger fear of mine than dying. Losing your mind and everyone watching you disappear is the worst. Yeah. Having Alzheimer's probably has to be hell. Like you don't know where the hell you are, like, or who people are and all that kind of stuff. Morningstar says, what they need to do is release Smile. I've heard like bits and pieces of it, or like people trying to reconstruct the album. Adam K says, Sebastian, do you know J.P. Cormier? J.P. is one of the 5 best guitarists known to man. Do yourself a favor, viewers, and check him out. I'll look him up myself. Ron says, how are you guys? Sebastian says, my internet had went out. I got to hear your rendition of Guitar Rag. What a tasteful piece of music. That should stand as classical music by the year 2125, I would hope. Yeah, I hope people dig up a lot of this stuff like, 100 years from now or so. And, like treat it with some kind of appreciation, kind of like the way we do with classical music. Don says, Tony Joe White wrote Rainy Night in Georgia and Poke Salad Annie. Oh, okay. Yeah. I always forget the name of the guy who wrote Poke Salad Annie. Christy Bush says, I can't tell about the Diddy Wall Diddy. Have to show you. Well, I'm always willing to learn. Sebastian says, you should do a recording of that one on the upcoming album. If I could figure out the copyright status of it, I might do that. He says it would bring some reinstated life to it. And get through a take of it without fucking something up. Ron says, LOL, Christy. But I guess I'll replay the video I worked on all day yesterday. Show y'all what that's about, like for all the people who are just joining us. Sebastian says, hey Ron, we're doing good, getting the garden beds ready. Mom still hasn't found that lemon recipe, but will soon enough. So like I said, the wife's been in China for a couple weeks now, home all alone, and as I was explaining earlier, I decided to sort of express my feelings in the form of interpretive dance. And we're going to watch this video right now that I made last night. Anyway, cut my background music back on here. And, let's see. Ron says Coke for color, right? Yeah, just got to put a little splash of Coke in there. Christy says we're both wrong with our Russian, Polish. Sebastian says JP Cormier plays often at my local pub. I've helped on the same circuits as him. My recording engineer worked with both JP and his brother back in the day. He recently finished recording. And Keith Peterson sends $10. He says let's play one more for Christy, Stack of Lee. All right, I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. We'll do some Stack of Lee for you, or for Christy on behalf of you. Hang on just one second. Let me read a few of these comments here. And Jody says that laughing my ass off didn't seem the dancing type, but after that drink, that's my song. Yeah, some good old Risky Business there. The old Tom Cruise movie. Harpazzo says, I'm going to need a drink to wash that out of my memory. Some guy says I must be seeing things. Well, I'm glad I could traumatize y'all with that. Ron says, although it's more of a general response to thank you, not a toast. Talking about the Russian cheers. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ed, does your wife realize what you get up to when she's out of town? Not really. I don't tell her. Adam K says, oh my mother lord. Stephen Schutte says, holy crap, that was great. Freebooter says, I got to go out and smoke, try to unsee that. Ron says, the headbanging was epic. All right, let's see. Some guy says, watching a video of a video of a video. All right, let's do a rando for Keith here. No, he wanted Stack of Lee, not a random one. Yeah. Old traditional song, doing the version by Mississippi John Hurt.
Everybody but cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Billy the Lion told Stack of Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. About your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife. You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Boom, 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 with a 44. When I spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy the Lion with a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. whole crew stack of leaves. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man, whole crew stack of leaves. Oh, that bad man, whole crew stack of leaves.
There's Stack of Lee, Stagger Lee, Stag Lee, goes by many names. Cut my background music back on here. Christy says, come on with it. Stephen Shooty says, don't forget to like and subscribe, folks. Yeah, do that. It helps me in the algorithm. I do appreciate it when y'all like and subscribe and share this channel. John Stark says, do you play the blue note, the devil's tone? Well, like in music theory terms, a blue note's just like a note between the standard notes in Western music, like you see it in blues songs. That's why they call it the blue note, I believe. Like it's kind of, you know, instead of going, damn it. Instead of doing that, you go like halfway. That's a blue note. You know, instead of you go. Adam K says, oh no, he says don't read. Okay. Julian Santaguida says, oh yes, I heard that from my Facebook post. I love the Beach Boys. Pet Sounds, great album. I love the song Good Vibrations. Brian Wilson laid down a mean theremin intro and solo. Yeah, that sucks about Brian Wilson dying, man. Yeah, I loved his stuff. I especially love Pet Sounds a lot. Spare Change says, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. I still don't believe it. Haha, nice job. I guess he's talking about my interpretive dance video there. Keith Peterson says, party, that was fun. Appreciate it, man. Sebastian says, Kelly's Mountain by JP would have been my personal favorite tune by him. His brother Joseph just finished an album that he's been working on for 20 years. And y'all think it takes me a long time to get one out. And Christy's burning there. And Sebastian says, hey Ed, is Guitar Rag an open D or drop D? It says open D. Stephen Shooty says, there's a really cool history of the blue note on Google. Check that out. Christy Bush says, I made a clip of your risky business. Alrighty. I don't care if you put it out there. John Stark says, thanks, good to know. Adam K says, I have a friend that is going to record with JP Cormier next month. Sebastian says, hey Adam, most of my live gigs are right on my channel here, but I'm trying to get my album out this year, all original tracks, hard rock and blues. That sounds good to me. Let me know when you get that done. I'll listen to that. Ron says, oh, I think it's just for her, Ed. Frank Morgendorfer says, your version of Stack is up there with John Hurts. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's basically the version I was doing. Adam K says, check out the Laws. All right. I'll look them up. Ron says, she licked it for real, brother. I liked it. A little bit of a Freudian slip on Ron's part there. Steve-O says, Ed's dance is going to become a viral meme. Yeah, that'd be lovely. That'd be like funny if that's like the biggest thing I'm known for is that goddamn video there. Let me restart the chat real quick. My computer's getting kind of glitchy. Oh, there y'all are. Hang on. Steve-O says, Ed's dance is, I just read that. He says, yep, laughing my ass off. You got me there. Keith Peterson sends me another $10 super chat. He says, Edward Phillips. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. So y'all feel like tipping me and all that good stuff. You know, I'm kind of busking here. I don't put ads on these, so, you know, super chats are much appreciated. Christy Bush says, she leaked it, huh? I must have missed it, Ron. Adam K says, he says, don't read. Christy Bush says, thank you so much, Ed Phillips and Keith Peterson. Charlie says, hello, Ed. How do? Doing pretty good. How you doing there, Charlie? What's up, man? Sebastian says, thanks, brother. I'm also highly anticipating your next album. I know it's going to be wicked. I'll be buying the current album next week. All right, appreciate that very much, man. Yeah, just let me know when you get that thing out. That fucking, this album you're working on here. Adam K says, but if you... George Ordway says, what would you have under your hat for Jethro Tull, Ed? Background album. I might can do a little bit of Thick as a Brick in a little bit. Christy Bush says, y'all are making my night. Cool, appreciate that very much. And Julian Santaguida says, oh my God, that is so funny. LOL, Tom Cruise would be surprised by this. Yeah, I'm actually like a lot taller than he is too. I'm like you know, above 5.5 feet tall. I'm 6'2". Sebastian says, yes, Adam, I know the feeling. Like Ed said before, it can be like climbing a mountain, but once it's done, it's an achievement that stays in time. Yeah, doing an album's like no joke, man. It's like writing a novel, basically. Ron says, shot. All right, we'll do a shot. Okay, let's see here. Ron says, laughing my ass off. Nice shot, Ed. All right, here we go. Got the Gentleman Jack Off Tennessee whiskey here. You know, the good gentleman. I mean, not the good gentleman. The good Jack Daniels. You know, better than old number 7. And we've got some Cuddy Sark 12-year-old blended Scotch whiskey here. Some classic stuff. Y'all tell me, you want the Jack or the Scotch? Ron says he is wicked short. Yeah, Tom Cruise is short as hell, I think. Stephen Schutte says, Netflix has a documentary, Becoming Led Zeppelin, which is excellent, but reminded me of how much they stole from the great blues artists. Yeah, they did lift a lot of stuff. It's common in the 70s with a lot of people, really. Ron says, Gentleman Jack, Tennessee whiskey. Steve O says Scotch. Adam K says, thanks, Sebastian. Perfectly said. Sorry, Ed. Love you. So let's see. We got a vote for Jack and a vote for Scotch. Y'all get them votes in. Sebastian says, I'm yet to see the documentary. However, I do believe, aside from Bonham's passing in 1980, I suspect that they were very well may have had to sign a cease and desist order by December of 1980, like doing blues songs and stuff. Yeah, like due to plagiarism, he says. I think the last couple of albums they had were kind of lacking. I think they might have sucked in the 80s. Like they kind of went out on top, so that's a good deal. You know, the Beatles went out on top. Ron says, and before the 70s, with blues players adapting everything they heard and incorporating it. Yep. Which they were lifting blues material probably since the 50s, like rock acts. Julian says, Oh yeah, Stacker Lee or Stagger Lee, whatever you want to call it. Edward, you never traumatized me. I laughed at the video you you did to bad your wife. Didn't see that before she left for the airport. LOL. George Ordway says Jack. So we got 2 votes for Jack now. Jack's winning by 1 vote. Ron says plagiarism is the sincerest form of flattery. Yeah, I don't care if you play my stuff. Like really, you can put it on YouTube. I don't care. Sebastian says, I do believe the 1980s for them would have been a turbulent ride as compared to their higher strength and status from 69 to 73. Probably, yeah. I mean, I think the 80s was a bad time for the 70s in general. Like Steven says, Jack. Okay, another vote for Jack. I think Jack's going to win this one. Jody says, well, I say whiskey, but you're making me want to explore Scotch. Yeah, I mean, what Scotch is whiskey, you know. It's the original whiskey. But, you know, Scotch is not for everybody. It's kind of an acquired taste. Like, a lot of people who drink, like, you know, just dumb shit like Fireball and stuff, like, don't like Scotch. Kind of have to learn to appreciate it. Sebastian says they would have had to get harder and more aggressive to compete with the harder rock acts of the early 80s, such as AC/DC and Poison and Motley Crue. Yeah, AC/DC like did really damn well in the 80s for a 70s band. Like they kicked ass in the 80s. So Sebastian says, cheers, brother. Charlie says people that drink Fireball like cinnamon toothpicks. Yeah, the Fireball's got that cinnamon in it. I've been forced to drink some before, like at gigs, like people would just bring a shot to the stage, like, hey, here's a shot of Fireball for you, man. I'd drink it and like, appreciate that, sir. You know. George says, hell, beer was an acquired taste. Yeah, kind of when you're young, yeah. Adam says, hey, I'm Canadian. Can I buy your CD? Yeah, you sure can. It's linked below. That link that says, bandcamp.com there. Yeah, I would appreciate that a lot. Keith Peterson sends me $5 in a super chat. He says, can you jam another random for your fans? Yeah, I can do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of this show here. Let me do this shot here. Cheers, L'Chaim, Kim Pai. All of that nice stuff. Skull, Prost, Ubintium. You think about random here. Sebastian says exactly. It's not many acts that stayed that strong despite the struggles they got handed losing their original frontman. Most other bands would have never been heard from again. Yeah, they made it through that swimmingly. Like came out with Back in Black and shit. Jody says, what, whiskey is Scotch? Shit, I have a stepdad that gave me the best test. Yeah, any kind of whiskey or any kind of liquor that's made from grain is whiskey. Like Scotch is made from barley. And of course, like your American whiskeys are made from like corn and stuff. All right.
I followed her to the station with my suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. it's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. And the train hit at the station, and I looked her in the eye. Oh, when the train left the station, and I looked her in the eye. I was so lonesome, I was so lonesome, I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. Oh, when the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. When the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind, all my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain, all my love's in vain. Alrighty. Love in Vain by Robert Johnson. Covered by the Rolling Stones back in the 60s. Ron says, funny thing is that the native peoples I know here all enjoy really spicy food and spicy liquor. Most native guys I worked with in the bush and firefighting loved Fireball and would give me some. Yeah, I can't deal with that shit. And them, cinnamon liquor, man. I drank one bottle of Goldschlager like when I was about 19 or 20, and that's about the last time I'll do that. Ron says, every time, the sweat for me. Charlie says, Edward, I just picked up a Takamine lawsuit 1977 OM F310S and the new Larrivee style 040 mahogany guitar. Damn, that's pretty damn cool. I didn't know Takamines went back that far. He says, well played. How do, Ron? Appreciate that. Ron says, doing fine, Charlie. How do, good sir? Sebastian says, I talked to the fellow who wanted to help me finish the album, who I hadn't seen since last year as he was dealing with health issues, and my drummer is now ready to record with the mics, and so will be. How many tracks you working with there? As far as like the tracks on your recording deal. He says, resuming work on the album in early July. Cool. Get her done. Sebastian says, great job, brother. Sounded spot on. Oh, thank you, man. Charlie says, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. It's the price of admission. Yeah, hit that thumbs up button, y'all. Share this on your social media. All that good stuff. Christy Bush says, cheers. Sebastian says, he's running a set of acoustic sonar drums that sound almost identical to Phil Rudd's drum sound on Highway to Hell and Back in Black. So we are going to be aiming for an older 70s sound with it. Oh, all right. Yeah. Kind of hard to hit that Mutt Lange shit, like as far as like getting it on tape. Like Mutt Lange did some complicated stuff like in his production style. I wish you the best of luck with getting that Back in Black sound. Ron says, yeah, Takamine goes way back. Sebastian says 10 to 12 tracks. I mean the number of like tracks you have for dubbing, like that's what I meant. Yeah. Ron says, deadly Ed, appreciate that. Keith says, nice, appreciate you, man. Ron says, I love Highway to Hell. That's a good record.
Christy Bush says AC/DC was strong in the 80s, but nothing compares to Bon Scott, R.I.P. Yeah, my mom was telling me the other day, she saw like a video of this old 1960s band called the Valentines, and had like damn Bon Scott back there like singing backup, you know, like a ruffled shirt, you know, like they had back in the 60s and stuff. And Angus and Malcolm's brother, George Young, also played in a big band in Australia in the 60s called the Easy Beats. Sebastian says, considering I don't have a consistent bass player that will be joining us, I'll be attempting to conduct my own bass lines on top of the guitar tracks and record the bass with the drums all at once. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd probably work, yeah. Yeah, the bass and the drums ought to be, like, you know, tight together. Ron says, I saw them a month and a half ago. Those old dudes can still get it. Great rock show. Yeah, I saw AC/DC probably back in 1996 or something like that. I was about 12 or 13. Keith Peterson says, nice. Keep the hair out of my mouth. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat there. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your generosity a lot. Keith's very generous, man. Y'all thank him and hit that little like thing on his super chat there. Appreciate that very much, sir. Harpazzo says, there's an old Aussie band from the AC/DC early years called Rose Tattoo. I think I'm familiar with them. I don't know them. Have to look them up. Ron says, what's your next merch item going to be? It may be a coffee cup. Like I've been putting that off for months. Probably, yeah, coffee mug. Might do another t-shirt. George Ordway says, anyone else ever been in a crowd collapse? Not me personally. Sebastian says 24 track console. Had to check. Oh, okay, that's plenty of tracks there. Yeah, you can do all kind of shit with that. Ron says, thanks, dude. You're a legend. To Keith Peterson. Sebastian says, I'll be buying the coffee mug for sure. That's what I do my shots with caffeine. Yeah, see, I don't drink too much coffee. Steven says, I've seen AC/DC on for those about to rock tour in 1981. I think my dad probably saw that shit. Like, I think he went to that one. Christy Bush says, oh, love that, Ed. Appreciate that. Keith sends me another $20. He says, game one out for Ron Swanson. All right, I'll do one. Do a rando here. Thank you very much for that, Keith Peterson. Let me think. Ron likes Piedmont stuff a lot. Let's do some Blind Boy Fuller. Stephen Schutte says AC/DC was the loudest concert. I agree. I saw Metallica 2 weeks ago, and they were not nearly as loud as AC/DC was when I saw them back in the 90s. All right, let's do that Piedmont Blues here.
that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunked the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and there ain't no pie. What's the same damn thing? You know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing, you made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know.
Blind Boy Fuller out of North Carolina. That's some Piedmont blues there from the late 30s or early 40s. I can't remember which. A little bit of hokum right there. Some, innuendo and shit. Ron says, for those about to rock is nuts. Yeah, that was a good record there. And George says, there's some jingle in the tip jar at PayPal. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, I can't see the PayPal donations. I can see the super chats. But, yeah, thank you very much for that. Sebastian says he had a sharpness to his vocals in late 1980, and for most of 1981, it was never really matched again after that. I think he's talking about Brian Johnson. Yeah, I'm not sure what he sounds like now. Haven't heard him lately, Brian Johnson. Ron says they had crowd eating out of their hand. And Sebastian says his voice had become sharper than his clear voice on the Back in Black recordings. And Sebastian says, great job, man. Love that one. Cool. Thank you, man. Ron says, crispy picking Ed. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. And Sebastian says, more than likely the vocal pitch change was mild damage that would change his vocals more and more due to the volume. I mean, like the way he sings with that like gravelly shit, like I can imagine he's probably damaged his vocal cords a lot, like over the years. Christy says, love some innuendo. they had a lot of that in old blues stuff. I can't believe they got away with it back then, you know, with how censorious people were back in those days. Sebastian says, I studied Brian's voice closely. Which, singing like really extremely like that, any kind of like or you know, getting into like metal, like and even Metallica type vocals. Probably do you good to get like a vocal coach to show you how to do it without fucking your shit up. You do that long enough the wrong way, you know, you'll end up like wrecking your vocal cords. Julian says Tennessee whiskey. Now that one there, like yeah. That's one I tell people I don't know it, like when they ask for it live, like I don't really know it, but it's kind of become a cliche with acoustic players, you know. Sebastian says He did a cover of Howlin Wolf's Killing Floor with Slash on guitar last year. Very interesting. New sound he has. I'd like to hear Brian Johnson do some Howlin Wolf. That's cool as shit. Yeah. Ron says the crowd was louder than their sound system for those about to rock, if you can believe it. We were all mute after the concert. My ears rang for 3 days after I saw them. Now they ring permanently, but did they have the cannons on for those about to rock? Sebastian says his voice went deeper, almost like Howlin Wolf and John Lee Hooker. It's good to have a versatility to be able to turn that voice on and off. I switch it up a lot. Ron says, all of us chanting, we salute you. And Sebastian says, I usually switch up my sets. If I get rough from AC/DC tunes, I'll go bluesier mid-set. Yeah, I kind of do stuff like that. Like if I wreck my vocal cords, I actually do a couple of AC/DC songs when I play live. And sometimes after that damn Dirty Deed shit, like I'll be like, I'm gonna have a little break here and like do a fucking instrumental or something, you know. George Ordway says he got an implant to hear again. Sounded great when he could hear again. Oh yeah. He was having some hearing problems for a while there. Can't imagine why, like being an AC/DC and stuff. And they got Axl Rose, a guy that I'm not a big fan of, to sing for AC/DC for a short period. Then they got Brian back. Ron says the cannons were blasting. Yeah, I saw them cannons when they sang that. Keith says, if it smells like fish, put it on a dish, Ron. Ron says Brian was warned that if he did his tour, he might lose his voice permanently, so he did it anyway. Yeah, about the same thing happened to James Hetfield. Happened to Henry Rollins too. Like almost, like completely fucked his shit up. You know, had to kind of take a step back. Keith says if it smells like cologne, leave it alone. Sebastian says Zeppelin was smart during their 70s sets, as they had sort of figured out when Plant would wreck his voice early set, they would do the softer tunes mid-set, then rip it up again towards the end. Right, yeah, some damn Robert Plant's like hard as hell to sing. Like he had a real high range. And Ron says, what's your favorite body, Ed? Guitar body, LOL. I think like ergonomically, like probably a Strat body. The Strat don't like getting away too much, you know. Got good reach. Is that the right word? Ergonomically? Yeah. He says for looks. Well, for looks, I fucking love that Gretsch, but it's a pain in the ass to play. A big ass hollow body Gretsch. That looks really cool. Christy says, I think he's partial to a certain Chinese body. Hey, that one back there is Chinese. I know what she means though. Charlie says, spoken like a wordsmith. Jody says, Muddy Waters can't be satisfied, and that's the one I don't know the words and stuff to. I can do some Muddy Waters. Give me 1 second here. George says, favorite Pink Floyd song / album. Favorite album by them would be Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Favorite song, like which wasn't on that album, would be Arnold Lane, like some old Syd Barrett stuff. All right. Let's do some Muddy. Special finger picking version.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with a woman, don't know what to do. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me mojo head. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me mojo head. I got a whole lot of women right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me mojo head. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me mojo head. I'm gonna have all you women right in the palm of my hand. I got a mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him all night. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
Mojo working by Muddy Waters. Like back in the 50s when they done that track, the studio, I believe Chess Records, had recorded the backing track for that song for somebody else apparently, and they didn't want to sing it, so they gave it to Muddy and he did the vocals over it. That's what I heard, at least. And what we got here, Jody says, fuck, great song. You great. Appreciate that, man. Sebastian says, Boogie Chillin' 1948, one of the best and game-changing recordings, in my opinion, as I believe that was one of the first recordings to feature the ZZ Top LaGrange boogie sound. Probably right. Yeah, they probably based LaGrange on that. Yeah. And Charlie says, Let's see, I'm reaming holes for bone bridge pins and sawing and slotting string grooves in the bridge slotting. Later tonight, I'll install a K&K Mini and the Takamine guitar. Hopefully all ends well. Have fun with that. That sounds tedious right there. like any kind of working on a guitar is kind of tedious. Sebastian says, which would be like heavy metal to listeners in 1948. That's probably true, yeah. And like especially in the 50s, like when like Little Richard came out, like I would imagine like Little Richard was probably like thrash metal in the 50s. Sebastian says, much like Elvis' rendition of That's All Right Mama in 1954. Yeah, that was his first record that came out. He was about 19 years old when he did that. Sebastian says, although I think Slim Harpo may have recorded Shake Your Hips first in 1947. That could be true. Have to check on that. Now George says, hang on. Has anyone caught the AI version of rock albums that were in the 50s funny and cool at the same time? I've seen that, yeah. I've seen like a doo-wop version of a Metallica record and all kind of shit like that. And a doo-wop version of Black Sabbath. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. Sounded mint. Appreciate that. Julian says, time for me to call it a night, so peace out. See you later, Julian. Charlie says, oh, yeah. Bow, bow. Ron says, hell yeah. Christy Bush says, good night, Julian. And let's see. Ron says, sounds like you have it all sorted out, Charlie. Christy Bush says, so great, Ed Phillips. It's definitely working. Appreciate that. Sebastian says, I wonder who was originally supposed to be singing on that song. Sounds like a Howlin Wolf song, especially with little Walter on harp. He played the harmonica on Smokestack Lightning. Yeah, I can't remember like who was supposed to do it. I heard they did the backing track for somebody, but it was given to Muddy Waters and he sang vocals on it. I might be wrong about that, but I believe that's what I read. Charlie says, only thing left is installing the pickup. That sounds like that's going to be fun. Ron says, the mojo is strong with this one. He says, that's what the doctor told Ed's parents. He says, take it easy, Julian. But the doctor told my parents, like, that's an ugly motherfucker y'all got there with a big ass nose. Charlie says, sounds like Ed's got the mojo hand. Well played. Appreciate it. Get me another brewski here. I'm gonna have me a Guinness here. The perfect beer for 90-degree weather. George says, Ballad of Jeb. He means Jed, I think. Hillbilly style. Yeah, we can do that. Do some, the Beverly Hillbillies theme. All right. Hadn't picked up the banjo in a while. Might fuck it up. We'll see. Ron says, what beer are you drinking? A Guinness here. A Guinness Extra Stout. Well, lyrics. Let's see. Tell you a little story. Okay, yeah. Brain fart there.
Tell you a story about a man named Jed, who a mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground come a bubbling food. Oh, that is Black Gold, Texas Keys. Well, the first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Kinfolk said Jed moved away from there. Said California is the place you're gonna be, so he loaded up the truck and he moved to Beverly Hills. That is swimming pool, movie star.
Beverly Hillbillies theme there. I believe the producer of the show wrote the song, but Paul Henning. Sebastian says there was a British band right around the same time as the Stones and Beatles in the early to mid 60s that did a rendition of Mojo Working that happens to be one of my favorite versions. Might be the Yardbirds. Sebastian says that they were called the Shadows of the Night. Oh, okay, yeah, never heard of them. I have to look them up. And Jody says, ooh, banjo. Yeah. Had a couple of fuck-ups in that one. I'm not a banjo player, you know. Sebastian says 1966, I believe. Charlie says, roll that Aggie Daggy. Sebastian says, you would like that version, Ed? They do it in A. Have to find that one. Sebastian says it almost sounds like the Beatles and Rolling Stones combined into one band. That sounds interesting. And Ron says just cruising. Appreciate that. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some important man business. You know, drinking all this beer and stuff, like kind of going through me and shit. I'll be right back. Sebastian says, singer sounds like a mixture of Lennon, McCartney, and Jagger. That I have to hear that. That sounds interesting. Blues Rocker says, better late than never. What's up, man? How you doing? Ron says, good idea. Blues Rocker says, how y'all tonight? Has Ed been pimping the blues? I've been trying to. I've been pimping your mama, bitch. Christy says he has indeed, Blues Rockers. I appreciate that. Charlie says, pimping ain't easy. Yeah, that's what Big Daddy Kane said. Ron says he was also pimping himself in that video. Yeah, pretty much, yep. Quite well, too, he says. At least I had boxers, like Tom Cruise had the damn tighty whities. Blues Rocker says, nice shirt. Looks like one of the good times boys from the Blues Brothers. Talking about the good old boys, yeah, from that honky tonk scene in the Blues Brothers, yeah. It's a Western shirt, you know. I had this forever, and like I saw Lemmy Kilmister wearing one. I was like, man, I should pull that out, man. George says, got a slide set in you? Dealer's choice. I can do that for you. All right. Do some slide in just a minute. Smoke this cigarette here. Sebastian says, too many pimps, not enough Cadillacs and canes. Yeah, right. I got to get a cane. Like, it might get like an Irish fucking shillelagh or something, you know, with the thorns all over it. Ron says, thanks for the boxers, Ed. Yeah. I can't do the tidy whities. Blues Rocker says, love Lemmy. Christy says, that was a great video, Ron. You should tell him to do more of those. Blues Rocker says, what did you think of Acoustic Sunday? That's some good stuff in there. I think he sent me, God damn it. What the fuck was it? Shit. I'm having a blank, yeah, brain fart. He said Megadeth. I don't remember seeing Megadeth. Sebastian says, I found a new to me Motorhead acoustic blues song from their 2004 album. What was it called? They have some kind of song about whorehouse blues or something like that. Yeah. Whorehouse Blues 2004. I gotta look back in my mail to remember what he sent me here. That's what, okay, yeah, the Mahogany Rush, yeah. Yeah, fucking Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, Dragonfly, yeah, he did that song on that live record. That was a badass song there. I used to have that record, like that live album they did Purple Haze on it. And Christy says, this has been the best I've seen you in a long time, Ed. Your banjo picking just polished me off. I appreciate that. Ron says, did you get the pick I sent? Let me look back here. Sebastian says, nice track. I like the 2 strings in the mix, the 2 guitars in the mix. He did a good job on that recording. I appreciate that a lot, man. Or is he talking about Frank Marino? Yeah, let me see this. See this picture here that old Ron Swanson sent me. You want me to show it? Blues Rocker says, glad you enjoyed it. I love me some Frank Marino. Ron says, I think you made Christy exhausted. I'm and happy. Blues Rocker says, shot in you? Yeah, we'll do a shot. Sebastian says the Motorhead tune. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, that blues song they did. Ron says, from the hills up there in BC, whatever, I don't care, he says. That's a nice landscape around there. You got the cowboy hat going on. Is that the leather hat? The leather cowboy hat? Blackie Ted says, I tried a demo SJ200 Gibson at Long McQuaid the other day. Now all my guitars don't sound so good. SJ200, never seen that. He says, yeah, okay, yeah. I begged my parents to buy me a leather cowboy hat one time at a shop in Maggie Valley, North Carolina when I was a kid, and they wouldn't buy it for me. I was like, you'll never wear it. Why the hell would you wear a hat? You know? Ron says, I always wear one fishing and hunting. You got to keep that sun off of you. Blues Rocker says, been working on a moped all week, putting new parts on as they come in. I can't wait to look nerdy. Yeah, I never tried a moped. I'd probably get killed on one. Blackie Ted says the Gibson cost $8,000. Fuck me. I'll pass on that one. So it's an acoustic, I believe. Sebastian says, yeah, those J200s are pretty awesome. I played one, almost felt like an electric, very bendy on the strings. Could have just been the way it's set up, though they are nice. Christy Bush says, Shadows of the Night. We're from Chicago. But like the reason I bought the one SG that I bought, like that particular model specifically, like the early 60s like reissue model with the weird whammy bar on it, was because Frank Marino. Let's do a shot here. Alrighty. All right, we got some Courvoisier for the ladies, VS Cognac, and the Cutty Sark 12-year-old Scotch whiskey blended Scotch. Y'all tell me which one, Cognac or Scotch. Sebastian says, oh, my bad, I thought they were British for sure. Talking about Shadows of the Night. Blues Rocker says, I heard Reverb Dot is a bit hit or miss. Never bought anything there before, though. I believe I think I remember buying that old parlor guitar over there, that 100-year-old parlor guitar that I played Crossroads on. I think that came from Reverb. Like I paid like $250 for it or something. Blues Rocker says, mind blown about your love for Frank. Very cool. Yeah, I wanted to be able to do that fucking like that electronic like Reflections of War he did, like so I bought that fucking SG like for that, and because I like AC/DC a lot, and I like a lot of the psychedelic bands that use those SGs. You know, Hendrix had one for a while. Dave says Scotch. Ron says Scotch. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Sebastian says the Gibson SG is more of a tempting purchase, as they are listed at about $1,000 less than what they have Les Pauls set to price wise these days. Yeah, but yeah, the SGs were always a little bit cheaper. I think my dad told me like back in the 70s when he bought that Les Paul, it was $1,000, and the SG they had at the store was like $800. So I guess we'll do some Scotch here. George votes for VS for the ladies, man. Jody says, hey, now you got your pimp hat. Right, yeah. I've been wearing this to gigs like a lot more now, and people are like, man, that's a cool hat, dude. If it was pointier, you'd be a fucking wizard and shit. Sebastian says they would have been a good American band to compete with the Stones and Beatles back then had they picked up more momentum. I think he's talking about Shadows in the Night. All right, here's some 12-year-old scotch here from the patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass. L'chaim, cheers, all that great stuff. Skull, Prost. The SGs sound amazing on damn near everything, yeah. And they're like a lot more user-friendly than a fucking Les Paul, too. Lighter, kind of got a better reach on them. Blues Rocker says, rock and blues guitar for sure. Love my 2004 SG Special. Ron says, those Les Pauls, though, always have a soft spot for them. Les Pauls sound damn good. It's the rock and roll machine, right? Sebastian says, there's a woman who has a 2006 red SG, looks very close to the 61 you have. She might be selling it, she told me. Wonder if you can get a good price on that. Dave 3 says, had jury duty yesterday, and wouldn't you know it, I got picked to be on the jury. Ah, shit, man. They never called me for that. And I'd probably show up like drunk or like just do anything to like not be on the jury. Sebastian says, cheers, man. Blues Rocker says, I need a Phillips one-hit dugout. Haha. A one-hit dugout. Do a little bit of music here. Sebastian says, all the Les Pauls I played were great too. I like the slim necks. The Epiphone SG I modified as a massive thick neck on it. Almost takes my whole hand. Didn't Angus Young like request his SGs be made with thicker necks, like for tuning stability or something? I think I heard that.
And your gown, well, not before they were gonna shake 'em on down, now my style. Too much to get to me, baby, through the week, yeah. Save the chili pepper some more rainy day when I'm a star. I ain't been to Georgia, baby, but I've been told, well, Georgia women this jelly roll, well, my style of. My supper, baby, go to bed. Well, this white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now my style of. CC right away, you done baby, call me to love you now. Your man done come in, now my style of. Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Something to me, don't know what it is, baby. Get me drunk at that old whiskey still, and I'm a style of.
Shake 'em on down, hill country style there. Fred McDowell style, but with a Book of White's lyrics. Ron says, did you know that term, mind your P's and Q's, meaning mind what you say or mind your manners, actually comes from bars in England. It came from when measures of beer were marked on a slate before payment. P's, pints, Q's, quarts. Mind your pints and quarts. I did not know that. Yeah, back in old England in the pubs and stuff. I couldn't imagine ordering a fucking quart of beer, but I guess it's kind of like those liter mugs they have in Germany, you know. That's about a quart, like a liter. Sebastian says, that would make sense, whereas he's always moving around pretty quick. Jumping would knock tuning stability pretty easily with a thinner neck. Talking about Angus Young. I believe the necks on his SGs are like slightly thicker. By request, you know, from him. George Ordway says, nice Ed. I always thought if we're learning to write straight hand PVQ. Jody says, nice. Appreciate that. Joey Highland says, how is he getting that rad percussive sound? Is he palm muting the bass notes? Well, it's kind of up here, like near the capo here. It's like and both actually, like I'm kind of palm muting too. I'm right up next to the capo with this finger. I'm palm muting like a little bit here. Just like that. Sebastian says, sounding wicked, man. Appreciate that very much. Blues Rocker says, badass on Shake 'em on down. Thank you, man. Christy Bush says, Joey Highland says, woo. George Ordway says, 16 ounces a quart. And it's about a liter, like it's equal to a quart, like in metric. Christy Bush says, thicker necks for tuning stability. And some people just like them. Ron says, that really cooked. Appreciate that. Joey says, dude, that's so awesome. Thank you. You're welcome, man. Ron Swanson says, the timing for that is crazy. But a lot of that hill country stuff is pretty crazy, like with the way they pick the shit. You know, it's just more rhythmic. They don't change chords a lot. It's all about the rhythm. Christy says, I think I'm gonna make me go to my room. Are you checking out? Jody says, good shit, move my butt, LOL. That's what blues like originally did, like it made people dance and shit, you know. I think Christy Bush is out. She sends me a Dio thing and a kiss and a rose. We'll see you later, Christy Bush. You have a good one. Ron says, doesn't that make the saying way cooler? Yeah, I never knew that about the P's and Q's there. George Ordway says, please remind me to hit the beer store in 45 minutes. Drinking some dark ass like motor oil Guinness Extra Stout, the perfect beer for hot weather. Blues Rocker says, I know Derek Trucks has the SG set up for slide, but I just can't do that to mine. I love to bend too much on blues rock solos. Yeah, I don't think I could ever like raise the action on my SG. I like it for like, you know, doing like, you know, tasty fucking solos and stuff, right? I don't know if I could set it up for slide. And Ron says, take it easy, Christy. She says, if I'm awake. Ron says, okay, George. Dennis Troy says, 43 watching, 68 thumbs up. That's a good number there. Blues Rocker says, never could do the dark beer. Drank a few Blue Moons back in the day, though. But, well, a Blue Moon, pretty pale. Yeah. I mean, it's actually classified as a white beer. That's what they call them. Like a Belgian white. I mean, like the first time I had a dark beer, I was probably 16 or 17. It was a Beck's dark, like not a terribly fucked up dark beer. And I drank it. You know, I wasn't used to it. I was like, man, this shit tastes like fucking poison, man. Like, why the hell would anybody drink this shit? But I just developed a taste for them, like on down the line, you know. And Jody says, yep. Rodney says, IPA blues all day, Freddie King. I can do some Freddie King. Let's do a little bit of Freddie King here. Let me find my, what kind of pick am I going to use here? George Ordway says, have you played any Johnny Cash? I'd actually played Folsom earlier. Like somebody asked for it. He says, I love Blue Moon, fresh tap. Well, yeah, if you want like the real beer that's based on, get Hoegaarden. That's a Belgian beer. It's a Belgian white beer. That's pretty much what Blue Moon is kind of based around. It's a wheat beer that's cloudy, and it's got the the coriander and orange peel in there. That brewery's been around since the 1400s, I believe, the Hoegaarden brewery. Blues Rocker says, love to hear some Muddy Waters. All right, I'll do that for you. Let's do a little bit of Freddie King real quick. That's Hideaway right there by Freddie King. It's a hit for him, probably his first hit. And let's think of some Muddy Waters here. Let's see. Where's that pick?
I've been sitting there drinking, just as lonesome as a man can be. Just as lonesome as a man can be. Taking my baby, taking all my money. So many times, wonder when you go that far. So many times, I wonder was I going that far. I got $20 in my pocket, baby. Think I'll lay out away. Taking my baby too.
There's some Muddy Waters called Whiskey and Women. No, that's called I was thinking of a John Lee Hooker song. That was called that was Sitting Here Drinking. Yeah, old one he did, probably back in the 40s. Christy says, tuning stability. Rodney says, thanks, Ed, that was tight. Appreciate that. George Ordway says, know any Dio? Maybe like a little riff, possibly. Music Blogger says, how do you like that violin bass that you have in the corner there? Is that the same one Paul McCartney played? It's a knockoff. It's a Rogue. You know. Plays pretty good. It's kind of thumpy, you know. Can't do anything like twangy on it as far as like slapping and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Something like that.
Holy diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what's becoming of? Live it!
Yeah. Don't really know that one. Hang on. Make this thing stop buzzing here. Music blog. Oh, I just read that. Rodolfo Vizcarra says Sam's Boogie Magic Sam. That I don't know that one in particular. Like I need to learn more Magic Sam. Actually, you know, good guy. Jody says shaking again. LOL. Guitar my favorite. Cool. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker sends me a Dio thing and a Music Blogger says this is what happens when talent meets hard work. I mean, yeah, I practiced a lot. I mean, I guess if that's work. And he's George Ordway sends a PayPal link. Yeah, you can tip me through PayPal. You can also tip me through Super Chats on the $sign down there below the chat. I do appreciate tips, you know. I don't monetize these, so the tips are very much appreciated. Kind of busking here, you know. And Jody says, "Fuck yeah, my song." Cool. Ron says, "Love that." George says, "Great, thanks." Welcome, man. Blues Rocker says, "Look at Ed pulling out shit he did as a teenager. Holy Diver." Yeah, I got Holy Diver like right here below my desk somewhere, like in the stack of records. Stephen Schutte says Vivian Campbell would be proud. He played guitar for Dio. Blues Rocker says, "Show people your merch." I'll do that if I can find it. Hang on one second. Yeah, okay. Let me pull that up. There's my merch right there. I got the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass and the Ed Phillips Blues t-shirt there. High quality stuff. Y'all can buy those, you know. I would appreciate that. Probably going to come out with a coffee mug pretty soon here or something like that. It's an Etsy shop. It's linked below in the description of this video. George says, "Okay, smells like Teen Spirit or any other Nirvana." Might do some Nirvana in a bit. I can probably do something in the way. Like I know those lyrics. Jody says, George likes them classic rock songs. He thinks I'm like fucking Wolfman Jack or something. Rodolfo Vizcarra says, "You a badass. Could you do Baby Please Don't Go?" Yeah, I can do that. All right. So let me smoke this cigarette. I'll do that for you. Then we'll try some Nirvana. I might get it right. And Blues Rocker says Frank Marino. Like, most of his stuff, like specifically, like I don't know all the way through. Like I know bits and pieces. I like lyrics. I don't know either. That live album, I was always like really infatuated with and stuff. I kind of wanted to get that sound he had on that live record. Turns out he was using a fucking a transistor amp, like a solid state amp that he built himself, and probably like a chorus effect. Voodoo Child, I can probably do that. Yeah. Blues Rockers, another classic rock type of guy, you know. I'm Wolfman Ed right here taking your classic rock request. Let's see. So what did we have? We had Teen Spirit, Baby Please Don't Go, Voodoo Child. All right. Blues Rocker says, what was your dad's favorite Nugent song to play on guitar? Think about that one. Maybe Dog Eat Dog. He played that a lot, and played Cat Scratch Fever a lot. Rodney says, Ed, Buddy Guy, Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, what order do you think? I think any order, but tour preference. Tour preference. Oh, your preference, I guess he means. Jimi Hendrix, probably first with me, like my first like big guitar influence. You know, Stevie Ray Vaughan, probably number 2. And, you know, as far as like Buddy Guy, like I didn't get to hear a lot of his stuff when I was young, so he didn't influence me a lot. But like, you know, he was a real good guitar player. Blues Rocker says Stormtroopers. Mike could play that one. Wish I'd caught Buddy Guy on that last time he came through here, because I think he stopped touring. Steven Schutte says Frank Marino had a very one-of-a-kind live tone. I believe he had a chorus effect. Not sure what kind of distortion he was using. Maybe a fuzz pedal or something. But yeah, solid state amps that he built himself. Canadian, nonetheless. Blues Rocker says, absolutely loved David Gilmour, but never played much of his stuff. He got a pretty interesting tone with that Stratocaster. Yeah, like all that echo and shit on there. Ron says, cool. And I believe Frank Marino's still kicking, like he still plays a little bit. And Jody says, now Voodoo Child, my favorite guitar riff in the beginning. Play it over and over. Yeah, I might do that one in a bit. Don't have my wah-wah pedal. Blues Rocker says, there's a shit ton of music I'll listen to but have zero desire to learn. Yeah. You got to kind of pick and choose, you know, what you try to sit down and learn and shit. Okay, Baby Please Don't Go, another Muddy Waters tune. Big Joe Williams actually played it first, but Muddy Waters had a good version of it. Stephen Schutte says Robin Trower, not forget. Yeah, he was a real good Hendrix type of sounding guy. Played a Strat. He was in Procol Harum originally. Blues Rocker says Ted Nugent did Baby Please Don't Go. Yeah, he did a version of it, like a fast version. I think it was the Yardbirds version, if I'm not mistaken.
Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Now, baby, all night long. Baby, wall to wall. Let it be your dog. Oh, I be your dog. Or I be your dog, I'll get you way down here, baby, wall to wall. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone down the country farm with the shackles on. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. For I be your dog. For I be your dog. For I be your dog. I'll get you way down here and a baby wall to wall. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone down the country farm with the shackles on.
And what else we had up here? Nirvana. All right. Let's try some Nirvana. Okay, little deviation from the theme here, but nonetheless, Kurt Cobain was a big favorite of mine back in the 90s. Remember the chords? Let's see. Underneath the bridge,
top has sprung a leak, and I'm living off of grass and the drippings from the ceiling. The animals I've trapped have all become my pets. It's okay to eat fish 'cause they don't have any feelings. Something in the way, something in the way, yeah. The bridge, top has sprung a leak, and I'm living off of grass and the drippings from the ceiling. The animals I've trapped have all become my pets. It's okay to eat fish 'cause they don't have any feelings. Something in the way, something in the way, yeah. Something in the way, yeah. Something in the way, yeah. All right, a 2-chord song right there that I somehow managed to fuck up a couple of places on. And Voodoo Child, let's try that. Got no wah-wah pedal, so... Well, I stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Well, I stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Pick up all the pieces and make an island. Not even a razor with the sand. Well, I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. take up all your sweet time, give it right back to you one of these days. I didn't mean to take up all your sweet time, give it right back to you one of these days. I don't meet you no more in this world, I meet you in the next one. Don't be late, don't be late, 'cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child.
Jimmy!
Jimmy!
All right. You know, In My Time of Dying by Led Zeppelin. Don't know that one. The music blogger gave me the chords to Something in the Way. George says, welcome to the room, Randy Downing. Randy says, thanks, George. A music blogger says, I like how you did the cello parts on top of the rhythm. Yeah, I just kind of pulled that out of my ass right there. Jody says, well, a great try. Your guitar good. Appreciate that. Music blogger says, do you know any Beatles tunes? Yeah, I can do some Beatles. Ron says, he loves the Beatles. They're his favorite band of all time. Yeah, that's true. Music blogger says, who doesn't love the Beatles, Ron? And also one of my favorite songwriters of all time just died a few days ago. Fucking old Brian Wilson, man. I love Pet Sounds. You know, Pet Sounds actually influenced Paul McCartney to make Sgt. Pepper. Let me restart the chat real quick here. Give me 1 second. All right. We'll do some Beatles here. Beatles, of course, the bluesiest band to ever exist. My chair is sinking. There. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought my string was fucked up there. Take two. Thought I had a string out. Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
butterfly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. Only waiting for this moment to arrive. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. A little bit of Blackbird off the White Album there by request. Rodney says, Papa Chubby Doo-Doo. And BC Connolly says, what's up, Sir Edward? What's up, man? How you doing? Doing pretty good over here. Lizard King says, you're coming in hot this morning. Appreciate that very much, man. Rodney says, don't bring me down. Favorite. Talking about a Beatles song there on the Let It Be record. BC Connolly says, Beatles taught Robert Johnson the blues. That's right, the Beatles are the bluesiest band who ever existed. He says, that sounds better than the original with the strumming. I appreciate that, man. Rodney says, don't let me down, fat fingers and weak mind. Sorry. Yes, a John song there on the Let It Be record. Blues Rocker says, need a shot? Yeah, I'll do a shot. George Ordway says, when I was a kid, we had this huge record console from Maine. As I grew up, I got a job making hardwood panels for Moosehead Furniture. I remember those. Like my grandpa had like a big ass, like a big box almost. Basically a piece of furniture that was the record player in the house, you know. Wish I got that thing like when he passed on. Let me see. Music Blogger says, well done, Ed. Do you know any SRV songs? I'll play one in just a minute. All right. Let's do a shot here. Okay. So we got some Courvoisier for the ladies. Got some VS Cognac here from France. And we got some Gentleman Jack Off Tennessee whiskey. Y'all tell me which one, the cognac or the Jack. Jody said, love this song. Cool, man. George Ordway says, 87, maybe a few. Basil Tiffany says, my grandmother had one of the huge record players, almost the size of a washer and dryer. Yeah, like that's kind of one back there, like an old 20s one, but yeah, like people back in the 70s and the 60s and stuff, that they used to have like a big ass record console, like a piece of furniture basically that would sit on the floor. My grandpa had one. Basil says, Konjac, mix them.
Get them votes in, y'all. Cognac or Jack? Rodney says neither Bushmills Irish whiskey. I've had that on the show a few times. The Bushmills ain't bad. Ron says cognac. Come on, vote, y'all. Get them votes in. I ain't gonna bite. Put them in the comments. Your vote matters here in the election of 2025. Cognac or Jack, if you can spell cognac. Vote or die, motherfuckers. Come on. So we got Basil saying I should mix them, and then Ron voting for cognac, and Rodney saying neither, like he's going for third party. He says Bushmills, which I don't have. Rodney says Jack. So we got a tie between cognac and Jack now. Let's get this tie broken here. Randy Downing says I vote for Jack. I'm a geezer now, so I'm ashamed to say I'm drinking red wine. Hey, I had me a bottle of Bordeaux like about a week ago, man. Ain't no shame in that. Mark says cognac mixer. I want Kamala and Donald Trump to be president. Unseated says Jammo. George says SB or SV Cognigine. I guess he means cognac. Sporty says Scotch. The Scotch ain't on the table yet. I had a few shots of that earlier. I ain't had no cognac all night. Let's do some cognac. We got kind of a like a mix up here. All right, Courvoisier cognac, the ladies' man, Ed motherfucking Phillips, with a little picture of Napoleon right there on the cap. And I know cognac ain't for shooting, you know, you're supposed to sip it, but Sporty says I just got here, so was just yelling. George says ladies man. Sporty Otter says greetings Edward, wear my favorite shirt today. Cool. I got one of my favorite shirts on. Yak Fishing says, hey, Sporty. Sporty says, blogger high five. All right, let's do this shot here. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, Eubentium, down the hatch. Sporty says, I meant you are, Ed, not me. Okay, yeah, cool shirt, Western shirt. Unseated says JMO equals Jameson's. Yeah, I ain't got no Jameson's on me like I usually do, but not this week. Sporty says hi, Georgie Porgy. And Ron says, I was just making an elderly friend that just got out of the hospital some chicken soup to bring her tomorrow. Well, that's pretty cool. always like to give people some good cooking and shit, you know. Sporty says, did we have a good night on the gathering place tonight? Yeah, pretty good night here, you know, just bullshitting and drinking and playing some music. Ron says, that's why I seem subdued for a while. Oh, yeah, I do that cooking. George Ordway says, I'm a Georgie Porgy. So it was quite a day. Yeah, I unveiled my risky business parody like a few hours ago. Sporty says, I have a new friend too. I let her pick my cherries, and she gave me first tat. Gave me my first tat. Let her pick my cherries. Is that like a? You mean literally or euphemistically? Music blogger says homemade chicken noodle soup's the best, especially with a nice baguette with some butter on it. Sporty Otter says Ron was waiting for me to perk up. Ron says I need, how was the tat process? I never got a tattoo like myself. Like every time I had a chance to get a tattoo, like back in the old punk days and stuff, like I would take the money I had, like what little money I had, and spend it on like beer and shit. So I never got one. Like we had guys that would come around with like a tattoo kit in a suitcase and shit. Like, yeah, I'll give you one if you want it. You know, I never got one. Sporty says, I mean, literally, she climbed up my tree. Man. You got a cherry tree in the yard, huh? Ron says, laughing my ass off. Ed Rodney says, Ed, top 3 bluesmen for me is Buddy Guy, Luther Allison, Albert King. What's yours? If you can, it's tough. Yeah, that's a hard one. So many different genres of blues, like subgenres. I would go for Robert Johnson, Howlin Wolf, maybe Blind Blake. I have no idea who would be my top 3. That's hard. Let's see. Sporty says, it was my first Ron. She says, good choice, Rodney. Music blogger says, I changed my mind. Too much to get a tat. Yak Fishing says, it's not too late, Ed. I can't think of anything that I would want like on my body permanently. I changed my mind about shit too much. Sporty says, my new tat artist is named, let's see, Fanita from Thailand, trained in Singapore, and now she brings me Thai cooked dishes. My new friend. Oh, fucking hell, yeah. Like, Thai shit kicks ass if you can find the ingredients. Like, the ingredients are hard to find. Like for them Thai curries and stuff. But Ron says, good point, music blogger. Yak Fishing says, Rodney, finally somebody besides me knows who Luther was. Man, that dude could jam. His son does too, for sure. And Ron says, same, Ed. Sporty Otter says, I got a treble clef that switches into a heart monitor line. Okay, yeah. That sounds cool. You mean like a G clef? She says, on my shoulder, didn't hurt one tiny bit. I had buddies back in the day who would give themselves tattoos with a sewing needle with like thread wrapped around the bottom of it so it would hold the ink, and they'd use like ink pen ink. And they would just, poke. Kind of look like a pointillism painting or something. My best friend got scum like written across his knuckles that way. And he had it removed with laser surgery and shit. George says, are you going to do an SRV special for his death date? Oh, today's his death date, and didn't know that. I'll do an SRV song, all right. If y'all give me 1 second, I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business, and I'll be right back. Got to, return this beer that I borrowed. So today is the apparent death date of Stevie Ray Vaughan. I did not know that. Let's do some SRV here.
Side to the blind. My baby's loving called the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. Love like I won't never grow. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby. She's long and lean. You mess with her, you'll see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. My sweet little baby, I'm a little lover boy. My baby like the finest of wine. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. Love like I won't never grow. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
Some SRV there to commemorate his death on this day back in, was it 89 or 90? I can't remember. You'd have to tell me. And, you know, speaking of tragic deaths, Brian Wilson died a few days ago. I think I have the lyrics to like a Beach Boys song here. Don't have the background singers, but let me see. Hey, I got Sloop John B here. Ron says 1990, August 27th. Okay. So it's like 2 months from now. Okay. Well, got the wrong day here. Okay. Brian Wilson didn't write this. It's like actually a song that Woody Guthrie did. But the Beach Boys are kind of known for it. I'll do this in honor of Brian, one of my biggest influences as far as just, knowing music in general. Pet Sounds, one of my favorite records of all time. Let me see. Got to figure out the key to it. Rodney says 1990 in the middle of the night. Dallas says the Blues Keeper. What's up, man? How you doing, Dallas? Ron says I mourn that day every year. Sporty Otter says I'm still so sad about Brian Wilson. I videoed Do It Again. It's automatic. So I knew the words. Come on the sloop, John B. My grandfather and me. Round Nassau town we did roam. Drinking all night. Got into a fight. Well, I feel so broke up. I wanna go home. So hoist up the John B. sail. See how the mainsail sets. Call for the captain ashore. Let me go home. Let me go home. I wanna go home. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. Well, the first mate, he got drunk, broke in the captain's bunk. The constable had to come and take him away. Why don't you leave me alone? Why don't you leave me alone? Yeah, yeah. I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. So hoist up the John B. sail. See how the mainsail sets. Call for the captain ashore and let me go home. Wanna go home, let me go. Why don't you leave me alone? I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. Well, the poor cook, he caught the shits, threw away all my grits. Then he took and he ate up all of my corn. Why don't they let me go home? Let me go home. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. So hoist up the John B. sail. See how the mainsail sets. Call for the captain ashore and let him go home. Wanna go home. Let me go home. Feel so broke up, I wanna go home. Yeah, in honor of Brian Wilson right there. The composer of the Pet Sounds record, one of the greatest albums of all fucking time. Let me get the background music started back up here. Osa Yorhoy says, great songs, appreciate that. Sporty Otter says, hang on, it slipped past. She says, impromptu Sloop John B for Brian. This is why we're Edward fans. Yeah, kind of pulled that right out of my ass. I've never done that song, but I had the lyrics to it because I thought about doing it like a few nights ago. I actually ended up doing a fucked up version of Surfing USA. Had to do a tribute to Brian Wilson. George Ordway says, great tune to commemorate Brian. Appreciate it, man. Victor Swinson says, many of us, these are our last words ever. I want to go home, right? Jody says, grew up listening. Let's see. LOL. I do know every lyric. Ron says, I was just thinking that, Victor. Sporty says, word, Victor. That's exactly the power of this tune. Victor says, bless you, my friend. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, nice, Ed. Real nice. Frank Morgendorfer says, nice tribute, Ed. Sporty Otter says, good vibrations change sound engineering as we know it. And that was Brian, yeah. So basically what he did, he had the Wrecking Crew in a studio in Los Angeles, like the session musicians around Los Angeles. And he would like conduct them like an orchestra and make them sit down and like do like 30 seconds of music at a time. And he would just come up with these like weird pieces of music, right? Like complicated stuff. He would make them play like 15, 30 seconds on tape. Then they'd like string it all together, basically. That's how Good Vibrations was done. That's how Pet Sounds was done. Lizard King says, no harmonica, but may I ask if you ever played Good Gravy? I never played that one. Have to learn that. Jody says, you did good. Appreciate that, man. Sporty says, word, Jody, he really did. Thank you very much. Sporty says, did you sing along at home, Jody? I bet we all did. Rodney says, Ed, who was one of your favorite people in blues to meet? Dead or alive? Let me see here. Give me a cigarette. I would have loved to have met Robert Johnson, like had a talk with him, you know. Learned a couple of guitar riffs from Blind Blake. Jody says, I'm a singer, but the Beach Boys song was Young singing. Yeah, I mean, kind of hard to do the Beach Boys with a band because, you know, they got so many fucking vocal parts and nobody can sing and stuff. Sporty Otter says, I wish I met Mississippi John Hurt. That would have been a good one to meet. Lizard King says, ever been to Clarksdale? Yes, I have. Actually played at the Ground Zero Blues Club out there. Stayed at the Shack Up Inn. Me and my buddy Josh are talking about going back out to Mississippi sometime soon here. I might do some filming out there this time, you know, make a little video about it. You know, 8-hour drive from here, like South Carolina, you know, South Carolina to the Mississippi Delta, 8 hours. Sporty says, do it, Edward. Can I come too on your Mississippi video trip? Yeah, show up down there. We'll hang out and give you a tour, you know. I think I know some of the shit down there, like, better than some of the people who live there. Like, it's kind of arrogant to say, but, like, I actually know, like, some kind of obscure spots that aren't marked on the Blues Trail and all that stuff. Blues Rocker says, I'm in 51st place out of 401. And I know the fucking intersection where Robert Johnson got poisoned at. Victor Swinson says, Mance Linscomb, Navasota, Texas. And Frank Morgendorfer says, I do a road video, Aiken to Clarksdale. Yeah, I could try that. Yeah, probably, like if I go back out there, like, I'll probably will do some filming. Dallas Batchy says, okay, so I'm going to ask you a question, Ed. You tried a Maton yet? And before somebody jumps in to say that you can't get one in America, I'm sure somebody's got one that you could have a crack on. Never tried one of those. I believe that's like an Australian brand. Yeah, never played one. I would love to check one out. Haven't seen one in a store or nothing. Like, you could probably get them online. Blues Rocker says NLH. Let's see. Dallas Batchy says you still need a harmonica player. Yeah, I can't play one. Wish I had like a permanent harmonica guy that would show up to my gigs and stuff. Like, sometimes I've had people come by that would say like, "Hey, can I play a few with y'all?" You know, some were good, some weren't. But yeah, it does make a difference on a lot of stuff, especially like that Muddy Waters type stuff. Like, you know, he had a lot of harmonica on his shit, and the Howlin Wolf stuff. Ron says, never seen that one. The Blues Rocker says, won $250 a few weeks ago on a 25-cent spin. Cool. Gambling boy. Ron says, not in Canada. Sporty says, right on, Blues Rockers. She says, the next round's on Blues Rockers. Ron says, not that they don't exist. Someone somewhere probably has one. Talking about a Maton guitar. Jody says, okay, have to be honest, raised and loved the Beach Boys, but learned later they stole some lyrics that weren't theirs. Your thoughts? Yeah, they kind of lifted some shit. You know, like Surfing USA is just like Sweet Little 16 by Chuck Berry. But you know, the composition skills, the producing skills of Brian Wilson were like unmatchable. The fucking Beatles didn't even have nothing on the Beach Boys, like vocally and shit. Blues Rocker says, put my money on a moped. Rodney says, I meant Sam Lay and Phil Guy, Magic Slim, good people. Been to Delta Blues Museum, want to stay at Ground Zero. You ever stayed there? Well, I played at Ground Zero. I stayed at the what's that called? The Shack Up Inn. Yeah, Ground Zero is a club there that's owned by Morgan Freeman. And the Blues Museum is like right across the street from it. Sporty Otter says, good question, Jody. I say everybody borrows. Yep, most people do. Byron Earnhardt says, and stole riffs, but the harmonies, yeah. Sporty Otter says, what Edward said. She says, right, Byron. Blues Rocker says, Elvis Presley never wrote a single tune. That's true. He said that himself. Victor says, Eric Clapton says, there are no new notes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Ron says, that's right, Sporty. That's how music goes. Only so many chords, right? Sporty Otter says, borrow and do it your own way, but yeah, crediting is much more ethical. Dallas Batchy says, Willie Nelson, great writer. He was a damn good writer. Yeah, he's still touring. He's like 90-something. I know he had to quit smoking pot, but he didn't like rule out edibles. Ron says, same as artists, sometimes something gives you an idea or a new perspective, and then the sound or style evolves. Blues Rocker says, there's a video on YouTube of Jerry Lee Lewis playing guitar. I didn't know he could play guitar. Shit. I gotta find that. Sporty Otter says, after I was listening to my Do It Again version, I started to hear Big Yellow Taxi. We'll do that one day as a mashup. Probably would work. George says that The Alarm canceled the performance. There was a death in the family. They canceled but did a round at a bar. I never knew until after. Dang. And Ron says he eats edibles like they're going to run out. Heard mushrooms too. Sporty Otter says what Ron said. Victor Swenson says Willie is as genuine as he appears. Byron Earnhardt says, speaking of no new notes, love Bobby Bear Jr.'s Dig Down. Great song. I didn't know Bobby Bear had a son. Shit. Old country guy there. Ron says, I don't think smoking pot makes any sense with the health risks when they have oil that's so good. Yeah, I haven't smoked a joint in like 15 years myself. I really didn't like being high. I just like being drunk. Sporty Otter says, I need to TM my Can't Always Get What You Want, Walk on the Wild Side mashup. I've had to play that Stone song a bunch, yeah. Can't always get what you want. Dallas says, if I ever visit your neck of the woods, me and my C harmonica will look you up and have a jam. That would be cool. I'd let you on stage. Sporty says, I haven't smoked a joint in 3 minutes. It's a pothead over there. That shit fucking legal in old Deutschland there? I imagine it is by now. Ron says, I was given a script of oil to help with my PTSD and sleep. It does help people like in certain medical problems like glaucoma and stuff like that. Yeah, pain. George says, Ron, how many minutes before the beer chime? Sporty says, can't always get what you want, and the girls go do, both C to F. It's legal now to grow at home. Okay, so it's, yeah, pretty much wide open there in good old Deutschland. Let me see, grab me a brewski here. Miller time. Rodney says Jelly Bean Johnson, badass player and drummer for Prince up in Wisconsin and Jam Free Blues Fest. I didn't really know like most of the people in Prince's band except for old Luther Vandross. I think he played for him. Blues Rocker says, check this out. Jerry Lee playing Mystery Train. Can't get in trouble for this. Okay. Jerry Lee Lewis playing guitar. I did not know he could play guitar. Let me stop my background music here. Where's he at?
I'm going to do a number for you to show you how great I am on the guitar.
Right away, like that fucking Jerry Lee Lewis bravado. We'll do this right here for you to show you how great I am on the guitar.
And, don't get too shook up now. I mean, I'll get Kenny to, Kenny here, he's the only fiddle player in the world that can play rock and roll fiddle. That's why I hired him, because he's the greatest rock and roll fiddle player in the world.
Can y'all believe this crazy motherfucker like outlived everybody? Like all the old rockers, he outlived them all.
And he can get it, and then turn around and get it again. Musically speaking.
Got a Strat there, okay.
Hang in there like a friend.
Short sleeve turtleneck. Hey!
By invitation, we went out a few days ago to the International Hotel in Las Vegas and saw Mr. Elvis Presley. He was
that one time he tried to see Elvis, like he got arrested. Like, fucking drove the car through his fucking gate at Graceland.
Wanting to get back in with everybody, and he's out there rocking and getting it, and he's still getting it. He's got as much electricity as he always had. He's up there just giving all that stuff. It was good. And he done a number that he had out on Sun Records many years ago. I'm sure you'll remember it. I hope you enjoy it. Rain out my eyes,
Doing Mystery Train. Does he do a solo? Let's see here. It appears to be like maybe the late 60s or maybe sometime in the 70s. Let's see if he does a solo. Let the fiddle guy play. Rock and roll fiddle.
I'll give you back where she ought to belong. Play your rock and roll fiddle,
Okay, well, he could strum one. Good old Jerry Lee. Randy Downing says, I live in Colorado, so it's legal here. I inhaled a lot in the 70s and 80s, but the modern stuff is too strong for me. Now I just kind of get drunk. To each their own. Yeah. It had like even back in my day, the 2000s, not that long ago, like around here we got like weak stuff and it wasn't too bad. Like the kind of shit they have now would probably like lay me out bad. Dallas Batchy says the Stones covered Little Red Rooster in Good Times, Bad Times. Let me see. I could probably do Little Red Rooster. Give me 1 minute. Sporty Otter says psychedelics and mental healing is studies I'm following closely. Dallas Batchy says Bootsy Collins. Ron Swanson says they have a ketamine program for vets now that is pretty wild. It resets the brain's hardwired responses to PTSD triggers. Damn, the old Special K. Never tried that stuff. Dallas says James Brown, basically, Bootsy Collins, yeah. Ron says in North America only, though. Sporty Otter says, controlled ketamine should be further studied too. Ron says, I'm scared to try it though. Dallas says DMT for trauma and grief. I have no experience with DMT. That is the kind of thing I would have done back in the day if it had been available. Like I was kind of a psychedelic guy. He says, Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Randy Downing says, but dear God, I miss a cigarette. Yeah, cigarettes are awesome. Sporty Otter says, hallelujah for Sister Rosetta Tharpe. Blues Rocker says, I freaked out when I seen Jerry Lee playing guitar. It wasn't great, but did okay for a piano player. Yeah, he did some strumming, Ron says, thanks, Victoria. I'll look into that. Or he says, Victor. Victor says, love Boots. I believe Bootsy Collins played bass, didn't he? Yeah. Sporty Otter Pop says, that Delight tune with Bootsy, never tire of that one. Groove is in the heart. George says, I learned to play the violin as an adult by ear. Crazy. I still can't play one. I got one when I was 5 years old and I still have it and can't play it. Victor says, Ron, it is worth the due diligence. And Dallas says, it's Bootsy, baby. Yeah. Rodney says, Clyde the Glide to, Stubblefield, James Brown. Let's do some Red Rooster here. George says, any Jethro Tull in you, head to the beer store. All right. After this one, I'll play some Thick as a Brick or something like that. And by the way, super chats are much appreciated around here. I'm basically busking on this show. Don't put ads on these. If you want to tip me, throw a tip in the super chat bucket or a PayPal donation. I would much appreciate that. Some muddy waters right here.
Too lazy to crow for day. I got a little red rooster, too lazy to crow for day. No peace in the barnyard, can't go my way. When the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hound begin to howl, when the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hound begin to howl, everybody know, baby, little red rooster on the prowl. If you see my little red rooster, please don't take him home. Well, if you see my little red rooster, please don't take him home. Been no peace in the barnyard, seen a little red rooster been gone.
Some Howlin Wolf right there. Believe that was written by Willie Dixon. Okay, let's try some Tull. Straight from old blues to progressive rock. There's one for George Ordway before he goes to the beer store.
Sit this one out. My words but a whisper, your deafness say shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields, and you make all your animal deals, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. And the sandcastle virtues are all swept away in the title destruction, the moral land. The elastic retreat rings the close of play. As the last wave uncovers the newfangled waves. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan it rapidly peels, and your wise men don't know how it feels. You think that's a freak.
That's about all I know of it lyrically. I don't have a 9-piece band. Yeah. Good old down and dirty blues right there. Listen to some fucking some English progressive rock. Actually, Jethro Tull's first album was a blues album. It's called This Was. Frank Morgendorfer says, this song sounds so much better if the singer wears a cod piece and struts around a little. Right. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, gotta go for the night. I hope you get a few tips. Also hope your wife has a safe trip back home. Peace from Indiana. All right, see you later, man. You have a good one. Sebastian says, awesome job, man. Sounded great. Appreciate that. Sporty says, it was by Willie. Talking about a Red Rooster. Yeah, Willie Dixon. Jody says, that's a great song. Appreciate that. Sporty Otter says, Capo on 3 makes such a rich tone. Lovely, Ed. Singing at home because feeling thicker than a brick wall. And Sporty says, in it, Jody, totally earworm. There's a bit of magic. Martin Barr, genius on the guitar. Yeah, I saw Martin Barr a couple of times, before Ian kicked him out of the band. Shouldn't have done that. Sporty says, and Edward too for sure. Appreciate that. Ron says, awesome, appreciate it. Dallas Batchy says, Mum Sue is loving the sound as usual. Queenslander, looking the pimp hat. Aussie Rugby League thing. They got pimp hats down there. My fucking roadie sound guy had a fucking Akubra hat, like a $300 goddamn Australian hat, kind of like a fedora type of hat. He was at a gig with us, left it sitting on a table, and somebody stole it. Sporty Otter says, I crush on Ian Anderson's voice so bad. Makes me feel squiffy. He don't sound like that now. Like he kind of fucked up his vocal cords. Ron says, take it easy, man. Blues Rocker says, you too, Ron and George. Let's see. Sporty says, I have a music frenemy in Melbourne, Dallas. Which city you in? Dallas says, you. Mark says, awesome. Haven't heard that for years. I got a couple of copies of it down here, like 2 copies actually, thick as a brick. Randy Downing says a great, it's an F, and my capo is, my capo is slightly out of reach. Really good work. Appreciate that. Dallas says south of Perth. Sporty says, hey now, Redskin Garage. Sporty says, okay, Dallas, other part of the country from her then. George says, thanks for that. Now heading to the store. He's got to buy some beer there. Dallas says, only the lonely. Ron says, NP George. Dallas says, God, I missed this. What song is this called? Thick as a Brick by Jethro Tull. Took up a whole album back in about 1972 or 73 maybe. Ron says, welcome back, Dallas. Redskin says, what's up, Otter Pop? How you doing, Redskin? Ron says, have a shot, Ed. He sends me Canadian $6.99. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Let's do a shot. Sporty says, BRB, I need coffee, so need to go downstairs. All right. Let's see. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ian Anderson's nickname in the 70s was Captain Mannering, an officious controlling character from a Brit sitcom. I didn't even know that. Okay. Gentleman Jack Off Tennessee whiskey or 12-year-old blended scotch? Y'all tell me, scotch or Jack. Randy Downing sends me $10. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for that super chat. Get them votes in. Scotch or Jack? We got Pam Pam in the house. What's up? Sporty says, I love it when we have a place where we feel happy to see a name we know drop in, all cozy. Thank you, Edward. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Dallas Batchy says, no 1,000-year eggs, but yeah, I ain't got none on me. Sporty says, consistency matters for the bond to form and grow. That's right, yeah. Dallas Batchy says, here, here. Sporty says, hi, Pam Pam. Sporty Otter says, right on, Randy. Bravo. Redskin says, glad to see you, Ed. Glad to see you in here too, man. What's up? Dallas Batchy says, legends one and all. Appreciate it. Ben Zanowski says, Jack. Ron says, Tennessee whiskey. So he votes Jack too. George says, 10 minutes left, and he votes Jack. Okay, Jack winning the vote so far. Redskin says, life of the party. Martian Murray says Jack. Okay, Jack's winning like a unanimous vote here. Turn my air on for a second here. Cool off a little bit. I got a giant fucking light like shining right in my face. All right. Jack it is. Dallas Batchy says, color of hat is my birth state's color. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Burgundy, I guess. There is no Burgundy, Australia, I don't think, but all right, gentlemen, jack off. Here we go. Into the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. All right, here we go. Cheers. L'chaim, Ubintium, Skull, Prost, Slainta, right down the hatch. Dallas says, all the flutist. I think it's a flautist, they call it. Victor says, bottoms up. Mark Fixes says, maroon is the color. Hi from Breeze Vegas. Bree Vegas? Briss Vegas? Pam Pam says Slainta. I believe that's the Celtic cheers. Yeah, floused. Yeah. You know, my sister took a DNA test, and I found out I was much more English than I thought I was. You know, my mom's got an Irish name. She's a Ryan, and you know, I'm my last name is Phillips. That's Welsh. Turns out I'm very, very English, and going back further than that, very, very Celtic. All all the shit like going back all the way to the Middle Ages and the Bronze Age and all that stuff. Like says, insular Celt, which means British Isles. Like I'm a British motherfucker apparently. But my biggest percentage for DNA was like English. Randy Downing says, tuned up and juiced up in Colorado. Hope everyone gets to sing and play this week. Thank you. Dallas Batchy says, no 1,000-year eggs. Okay, Ed, we don't want to lose you to a fucking TikTok challenge, mate. And he votes Scotch. Now, them things won't kill you. They just kind of suck. And Dallas says, go Maroons. Liam Corby says, come to England, Ed. I wish I could. I'd love to come out there. Dallas says, Brisbane Broncos, my rugby league team. It's same colors as the hat. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I have no idea how rugby works. I've never watched it. But it's kind of similar to like American football, I believe. Victor says, we call it a fruit salad. Ron says, English, Celt, Welsh. Name makes sense, yeah. Yeah, we paid extra for the deep time, like way back DNA test, and it kept saying like insular Celt, Roman Britain, like so. But the like the regular DNA test says mostly English and some Irish and Scottish. Cheerio, yo. Frank Morgendorfer says Ryan is a county Tipperary name. Aaron Gobra. Yes, somewhere there in Ireland. Yeah, I believe I was told when I was a kid that that side of the family, the Ryan side of the family, were Ulster people. But it's been so many years. We've been in this country for fucking 250 years or something since colonial times, 300 years. George Ordway says, got some more brews. Wish I had a smoke. I got me one here. Victor says, great stock. But yeah, the British did figure out how to take over the world properly, Let's see, Redskin says, want to see a real fruit salad, go to Cali. Yeah, probably, yep. Ron says, no joke. English, Celt, Welsh, name makes sense, yep. Dallas says, Slangeva. That must be some kind of cheers, like in some language. Ron says, Lahaida. Victor says, you can smoke crack like a lady. I'm not sure how ladies smoke crack. I've seen a bass player smoke crack one time. He was like, hey man, stand in front of me, so nobody on the road can see me and stuff. He pulls out the crack pipe and just, lights up. Rodney says, local blues clubs around. I got to get down that way often. I wish we had a blues club here in town. We barely have any blues fans here. Hence my internet stuff, because find blues fans all over the place on the fucking World Wide Web, right? The closest one, probably Atlanta, 2.5 hours from here, is a Blind Willie's Club, and they got a house band. Dallas Batchy says, what's that crap music in the background playing? Haha, just joking. Turn it up, mate. Turn it up. Yeah, that's my album there. If y'all want to check my album out, it's linked below. The Bandcamp link down there. Mark says, rugby, quick instructions. Grab ball, run, dodge. Only throw pass backwards, but keep running forwards. Get over the try line. Fall down on a slide. Place ball on the ground, then run around celebrating. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's halfway similar to like American football. YouTuber says, wow. Dallas Batchy says, by the way, how's the album been received? Oh, doing good, man. Like, everybody likes it. Seems to like it. Sold a few copies and stuff. Ron says, different crack. George says, Hendrix might play some in a bit. Dallas Batchy says, the rules around rugby league change from week to week. It's ridiculous. Victor Swenson says, it's a great theme for a song, smoking crack like a lady. Might do like a Lionel Richie type of song, like smoke the crack just like a lady. Ron says, isn't Aussie rules football similar to rugby? Sporty says, I love rugby. Redskin says, somewhere near the coast of Cuba. And Ron says, scrum. Sporty says, had the best time watching a championship in a bar in Toulouse, France. Deep rugby country. I didn't know they liked rugby in France. Shit. Rodney says, asked you earlier, have you been to Funky Brisket in Florida? No, I don't think I've been there. Like I've been to Florida like twice in my life. Like when I was a kid, like both times. Just went to like Disney World and all that stuff. Mark says the players don't wear armor in rugby, so they get beat up pretty good probably. Ron says Canada has rugby at the high school level on up. So yeah, we have no rugby whatsoever here in the U.S. Sporty says they love rugby in the south of France. It's a great way to meet women there. Mark says Aussie rules is a lot different to rugby. Sporty says because a lot of women down there love rugby. I experienced this myself. What about that fucking rugby scene from the Monty Python movie, Meaning of Life? That they played like Toccata in D minor by Bach, and they had a bunch of grown men like playing rugby with like little kids and like throwing them around, like beating them up and shit. Let's see. Ron says, yeah, no helmets even. I used to play rugby and American football in high school. See, I couldn't have done football. Like I fucking got too much of a temper. Like some guy fucking smashes into me, tackles me, I'd probably like try to kick his ass or something. Like, more of a baseball guy myself. Like as far as sports, I would play and stuff. Frank says Aussie rules comes from Gaelic football, and they sometimes stage games between GAA players and ARF players. Dallas says no AFL is a murder ball, 360 bravery. Not many discernible kinds of plays, just brave, fit fuckers. Sporty Otter says, I eat pizza with smoked duck on it and watch rugby all shockered. Good sporty evening flashback. That sounds cool. Like pizza with duck on it. Like in China, I know that they have like Peking duck pizza. Like that'd be cool to taste. Ron says, I loved baseball. I just never got the opportunity to play it more than for recreation. That's kind of what I did it for, yeah. It actually could throw a knuckleball and shit. Like I could throw pretty good. Sporty Otter says, my son plays American football in Germany. He's a special team center. I did not know they did American football like anywhere outside of Canada and America. Damn. Like every year when they have soccer season, like my wife like watches that stuff, like the World Cup and all that bullshit. Like that's like every 4 years, I think. And I just sit there and watch that stuff and get bored. Like, God damn it, man! Like this shit's stupid. Like, you need to do it like American football and be fucking violent and shit. Right? Ron says, hockey in the winter months. I went to one hockey game in my life. There was a fight at that hockey game. we had a team here called the Augusta Lynx, and I believe they're gone now, but Sporty says sometimes running back. Sporty Otter says the World Cup is so fun. I can't watch it. Like, just like those fucking games like never end, man. Those fucking those soccer games. Victor says I was thinking more like to the melody of "Living in the USA" by James Brown, only smoking crack like a lady. Let's try that. Let's see. Smoking crack like a lady. Fucking James Brown, yeah. Fucking encountered him one time on Broad Street in Augusta. Waved at him. He waved back. Sporty Otter says I love to troll male soccer fans during the World Cup. Ron says, cool, I could never pitch worth a shit. I had natural batting power and could catch a scalded grounder. I could throw like curve balls and knuckle balls and all that kind of shit. Like when I was a kid, I probably couldn't do it now. Ron says, I've been in many hockey fights. Yeah, they love to fight at them fucking hockey games, man. Frank says, baseball has similarities to cricket, but it's very close to a game called Rounders. Yeah, I don't really know the rules of cricket, but he always thought it was pretty close to baseball. Like fucking, when the fucking Gallagher brothers and Oasis, like one of them like beat the other with a cricket bat. I was like, man, that's like fucking British as fuck, man. Like just beating the fuck out of your brother with a cricket bat. Dallas says NHL is Donnybrook heaven. Martian Murray says, and in all that time, a soccer game still ends like 1-0. Yeah, they never fucking score. Yeah. Sporty says, go Ronaldo. I believe I've seen that guy, like from my wife watching him. Yeah. Portuguese guy, possibly. Ron says, we throw down if there's some disrespect shown. Talking about the hockey games. George Ordway says, we do have rugby. Was asked to join an NCAA team. Declined when my RA confessed he was taking the season off while his shoulder healed up. Ron says, can you imagine being beaten with a cricket bat? It's kind of like a flat board, ain't it? Sporty says, yeah, Portuguese from Madeira. George says, had to have surgery to get things in place. Frank Morgendorfer says, a cricket bat or a ball can easily become lethal weapons. Yeah, but a good old baseball bat, man, you could fuck somebody up with that too. Like, just ask like mobsters, like a Joe Pesci or somebody, you know. And Jody says, rugby guy's hot, LOL. Dallas Batchy says, Calcio, let's see, Calcio Storicchio, Italian name, or something Italian, where every year 4 different provinces come together and basically try to kill each other, and there's a ball involved. That kind of happens in Britain too, like in some places. Victor sends $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that super chat a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Yeah, they got these like ball games like in certain towns in England, where it's basically like back in my day, like when I was a kid in like grade school, what we called it smear the queer. Basically like kill the person who has the ball. And they do have like traditional like hundreds of years old ball games like that, like in certain parts of Britain. Mad Max Mofo says shot. All right, we'll do that. Dallas says champion. Ron says I would challenge. Hang on. Look at mood past me. I would challenge anyone with a cricket bat if I had a baseball bat. Yeah, like a fucking Louisville slugger, man. Redskin says, my dad had a paddle for my ass that looked like a cricket bat. He broke it on me. Now, I got to fucking switch myself. Sporty says, Ed, it's like anything. If one gets involved in enjoying it with others, it grows to be quite fun, like any other form of bread and circuses, crowd bonding. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. George says, if it keeps on raining, yeah, play that in just a bit. All right. Redskin says, life of the show. Sporty says, oh dear, garage, so we can literally call you hard ass. All right, let's do a shot here. Victor says, why I have CTE. Right, yeah. Playing all them contact sports. Frank Morgendorfer says, a baseball bat is lighter, so easier to swing, but a direct hit from a cricket bat, you ain't getting up. And Dallas says, mob mentality can be good or very, very bad. Sporty says, word, Dallas, an Aussie would know. Dallas says 6 and out. All right. Y'all tell me. Ron says, I used to put on a pickup American football game for men that was padless. So yeah, just beating the fuck out of each other, I guess. Ron says, I did that for 10 years. Shit. Yeah, that's a CTE territory there. Let's see here. We got some Tennessee corn liquor from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Some white liquor. It's 120 proof. And we got some Courvoisier Ladies Man cognac here. Y'all tell me, cognac or corn? George says, I used to bunt. Okay, yeah, the sacrifice hit. Yeah. Sporty says, there's a fine line between fan bonding and ultra hooligans. Dallas says, I love colloquialisms. What do you got? Ron says, I just got too old and crippled. Yeah. Pretty good way to get crippled, like playing American football with no padding. Redskin says, Otter Pop. Dallas Patchy says, I can bowl like Shane Warney. Terrible batsman, though I am. Jody says, music time, huh? Messing around. I might do some music in just a second. All right, take this shot here. Dallas says, I was just thinking the same thing, Jody, even though I love my sports. Let's rock out. Sporty says, cognac. Martian Murray says, cognac. Dallas Batchy says, take me out to the ball game. Good old American song from like over 100 years ago. The guy who wrote it never went to a ball game, by the way. Sporty Otter Pop says, being sure for Ron. Redskin says, either one. And Dallas says, DOM Benedictine. Sporty says, Armagnac is even nicer than cognac, though. I don't think I've tried Armagnac. So we're getting votes for cognac. Get them votes in. We'll play a song here real quick, and y'all just, get them votes in. We'll count them up. All right, let's do some when the levee breaks. Cut this air off.
The levee's gonna break. Water's gonna come, have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people that have no place to stay. Look here, mama, now what am I to do? Look here, mama, now what am I to do? tell my troubles too. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to where I used to be. When I mean old living out, taught me to weep and moan. When I mean old living out, taught me to weep and moan. Thinking about my baby and my happy home. When the Levee Breaks by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy, covered by one of them fucking bands, a Bob Seger or somebody back in the day. Frank Morgendorfer says, cognac if you're in... Hang on. Keep slipping past me here. He says, cognac if you're in dandy mode, or shine if you're in hillbilly mode. Ed Redskin says, Victor, other way around. Cognac chaser. Jody says, I say corn, but got to leave. Music. You have a good one, Jody. Sporty says, I prefer a peaty Islay to Irish, but that's just a personal taste. I think most of the votes were for cognac there. Let's see, Ron says, I have a Scotch, Irish, whiskey, and clear. Sporty says, take care, Jody. See you soon. Dallas says, run it straight. Sporty says, we down in Piedmont now. Yeah, kind of a Piedmont version of that song. It's like a Memphis blues song, but it's, you know, I'm kind of playing it like Piedmont finger-picking style. That's where I'm kind of from. Not technically from the Piedmont region, but very close to it. Most of the blues singers, you know, that are called Piedmont, like, weren't technically from the Piedmont, you know. But, you know, around that East Coast area. Sporty says, this is hot and humid. It's down south already this morning. Over 80 at just past 7. Oh, shit. Gonna get hot up there. Flo says, hello, cheers from France. What's up, man? How you doing? Jody says, I back. Music. Sporty says, salute France. We're in France. George Ordway says, Bob Segura or Led Zeppelin. Ron says, I loved it. All right, so we're going to do us a shot of cognac here. That won the votes. Some Courvoisier. Ron says, loved it, appreciate that. Dallas Batchy says, I got something called the Divas. It's a clear wine spirit, 22%, $25 for 2 times 750 milliliter bottles, and a can of lager, not Foster's. I had a can of Foster's on here last week, actually. All right, here we go. You know, cheers, l'chaim, salud, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. Flo says, in the south region of Mid-Pyrenees in Albi, which is kind of near Spain. Sporty says she's in Germany. Mad Max says, cheers, Ed. Dallas says, bonjour or bonjour, monsieur, or mademoiselle. And Sporty says, Albi is where Toulouse-Lautrec was born. Okay. Sporty says Lautrec, but the artist, yeah. Victor says, bottoms up, damn it.
Sporty says, surprise, Flo, that you just met a stranger online who knows that. Jody says, Bob Seger, I think he meant On the Road Again. Great song. George says, SRV, dealer's choice. All right. We smoked this here. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ed, you put on a great show. Fine wines and wonderful music. Glad I found this channel. Subscribe and like, folks. Yeah, I appreciate that very much, man. Let me put this cigarette out, and I'll smoke it after I play this. I'll do some SRV. Let's do one more SRV tune here.
Time of day, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love go back. Remember the way that you look me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Man, I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go back. Too bad. So sad. Too bad.
All right, good old Billy Ray Vaughan, the guy who wrote Achy Breaky Cold Shot. Victor Swinson says a needle in the damage done. That's old. No, that's fucking damn Neil Young there. Yeah, don't know that one. Ron says, what's that? Sporty Frank Morgendorfer says, I like the Bukowski quote, the further away I am from the human race, the happier I feel. Good old Charles Bukowski, poet. Sporty says, that docile me would brawl with nobody in alive. Dennis Troy says 52 watching, 82 thumbs up. Sporty says many Bukowski quotes are memorable. I had a good friend of mine compare me to Bukowski one time, and he was like, "Yeah, he's just like this kind of drunk guy that fucking hated people and stuff, and he's kind of like you." And, okay. Dallas says, in the moderators, legends, that's why this is a safe place, because if you fuck around, you'll find out isn't the right everybody nice, play nice or boing. Says Dallas Batchy there. Victor says, make that ending ring out forever. Sporty Otter Pop says, achy breaky cold shot. Dallas says, I remember a couple of times some idiots jumping here thinking they could troll. That was funny. They didn't last. I fucking love a good troll, like a clever troll. But 90% of trolls aren't that fucking clever. Frank Morgendorfer says some good poems, some funny, bittersweet novels and stories. Redskin says play some Elvis. I might in just a minute. All right. Sporty says some great poets from Bukowski's generation. Jody says I smoke. I listen to a song, be back for your music. All right. Sporty says, I'm a huge fan of Ferlinghetti's poems. Ken Gray says, you ever do Good Morning Little Schoolgirl? Talking about old-ass blues song. I believe Mississippi, Fred McDowell did a version of it. Haven't learned it, though. I have to learn it. My fucking biggest fear with playing that one on my channel is if somebody would be like, God damn it, that guy's a pedo. Right? And Dallas Batchy says, who wrote Black Crows? Joni Mitchell or not sure. Not really sure. Frank Morgendorfer says Tom Waits was heavily influenced by the book. Music blogger says good trolling is an art. It sure is. Oh yeah. Love a good troll. Sporty Otter Pop says he was Frank. Victor Swinson says Alvin Lee. Talking about 10 years after there, played at Woodstock. George says, yep, Dennis Troy, folks come and go to get ready for bed. Sporty Otter says, imagine having a conversation with Tom Waits. I would love that a whole lot. And see Tom Waits, I don't know a whole lot about the guy. I've heard his stuff, had that fucking kind of raspy voice. Just never heard a lot of his stuff. Dallas Batchy says, who wrote On the Road Again originally? Wasn't it Willie Nelson? He was the first to play it. I'm not sure if he wrote it, but knowing him, he probably did. He was a great songwriter. He wrote Crazy for Patsy Cline and shit. Sporty Otter says he's a very, very clever person, Tom Waits, and really down to earth and hilarious. Start the background music back up here. Mark says, have a listen to Tom Waits, A Heart of Saturday Night. Should look up some of his stuff, yeah. Mark says the album. Oh, okay. Sporty says many, many times. Mark fixes up. He's so prolific and no bad songs. Tom Waits. He alive? Sporty says he's in a league of his own for that. Sporty says yes, he is alive. Like my impression, like from what little I heard of him, was like he was kind of like Bob Dylan, like if he had eaten like a bucket full of gravel and shit. Sporty says, I'm living in Cali, same town as a friend of mine. Victor says he had character. Sporty says he pulls influence from all over Edward, thus his brilliance. Got to hear more of his stuff. Yeah, I have to look him up. Dallas says is a character too. Sporty Otter says a cabaret, New Orleans, old folk. Mark says the other album to get into is Blue Valentines. I keep those two by my bed and go to sleep with that on. Shit. Kind of like me and Sergeant Pepper or something. Sporty says true, Mark fixes. George says baritone and Bosdo. Frank says Tom Waits' pre-Swordfish trombone was very bluesy, jazzy feel. SFT and his later stuff is more towards Brecht and the True Penny Opera. Now Redskin's got a skunk and a pine tree and a cigarette. I guess he's smoking them smelly cigarettes there. He says cognac might do some in a bit. Yeah, the old Tom Waits, like he had like a wild voice. He's like, oh yeah. Anyway, y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. This beer is like going right through me. Alrighty. Ron says, I'm an intellectual when it comes to history, human behavior, music, math, and natural things. I just struggle understanding modern delusion, groupthink, and the modern discourse, the lack of exchange. Very, very true. Same here, man. Ron says, exchange of ideas. George says, baritone and basso. Victor says, was Sinatra or Zappa the first rapper? Might have been fucking Bob Dylan, like with, Subterranean Homesick Blues. Ron says, if that makes me ignorant, I'll take it. Laughing my ass off. Sporty Otter says, look at this for 1 second, Edward. It surely won't have copyright issues. This is why Tom Waits is genius. Let's try it out. Okay. Let's look at this video.
Tonight, from Chicago, Soundstage.
Chicago Soundstage, eggs and sausage in a Cadillac with Susan Mickelson.
Urban roots have provided popular music with some of its richest sources of material. From our cities have come ragtime, honky-tonk, jazz, and urban blues music.
Knew he smoked.
Tonight on Soundstage, we couple the traditional jazz and blues licks of one of its finest practitioners, Mose Allison, with the gritty sounds and late-night imagery of Tom Waits, a young musician who finds his inspiration in the half-deserted streets, garish neon signs, and the midnight cafes.
Let's see him play here.
With a rendezvous of strangers around the coffee in the night, and all the gypsy hacks. Now
He's a cappella.
And the paper's been read, as the waitress said. Eggs and sausage and a side of toast. A coffee and a roll and a hash browns over raisins and some chili in a bowl. The waitress said. Eggs and sausage and a side of toast. A coffee.
He's got that like classic skinny, like 1960s Blues Brother tie there.
And a roll and a hash browns over raisins and some chili in the bowl with burgers and fries. Now what kind of pie? Now you see the clown.
Hash browns over easy. Never been to Waffle House, huh? Scattered, smothered.
Section well off the memory. Well, I've been 86 from your skiing. And as the lead pipe morning falls, waitress calls. Eggs and sausage and a side of toast. Kill. Nothing else to do, just come in, join the crowd. Having some time to kill. Nothing else to do, just come in and join. I gotta refill on this coffee, partner.
There's some Tom Waits singing a cappella there. Pretty good there. Sporty says, look at this. Just saw that. Dallas says, quite the motley crew. Hey, Sporty Otter says, no, Ron, you're not, but you think you are. This is the frustrating thing. Ron says, laughing my ass off, Sporty. Frank Morgendorfer says, always thought Tom Waits was black. Surprised when he came to London. He was a white Angelino. Yes, like a Los Angeles guy. Dallas says, how much is a Wordsworth? Ron sends Canadian $6.99. He says, your streams are the best. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. And you're the best too, Ron, being my right-hand man here on the stream and shit. Mark says, he's never stopped evolving. So many different styles. Dallas says, Vive la France. Respect from the SAS originals that would have been successful without the French. Jody says, John Lee Hooker, boom, boom. Might do that in a second. All right. Ron says, I know them and live amongst them all my life. Life of the party, Redskin says. Let's do some boom, boom by John Lee Hooker. Gonna switch you right down, right off your feet. Take you home with me. I love to hear you switch and talk that talk.
that baby talk. How, hey, hey. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna switch you right down. Right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my car. Run you to my house. I love to hear you talk. That baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. John Lee Hooker, or, you know, John Lee sex worker these days. Boom, boom, boom. Jody says, move the butt. Good shot. Or good shit. Ron says, I'm not sure what that means anymore. Ron says, yeah. Dallas Batchy says, trust me, people. Run it straight. Thank me later. I'm out for a bit. It's been real. Thanks again, Ed, and y'all stay kind. Peace. See you later, mate. You have a good one, Dallas Batchy. Redskin says, dynamite. Jody says, oh, that was great. Appreciate that. Dallas says, let's see, YouTube or Google run it straight. George says, at Dallas Batchy, peace. Sporty Otter says, TC Dallas. Victor Swenson says, I love listening to live music late at night and not having to pack up afterwards. Right, yeah. That fucking loadout, yeah. Kind of the only reason I play live, so I can pack up shit and like in the rain and stuff. The one reason that I got into the music business was just packing up fucking amps and stuff in the rain, and you know. Ron says, hell yeah. Victor says, LOL.
George says, LOL, yep, fun all the time. Victor says, let's see, here I am on the road again, Seeger, over and over. I did some Bob Seeger last night, did a video about him. Sporty says, I would love to have to pack up once in my life, bucket list. Ron says, assuming that other viewpoints are wrong because they don't agree with you believe is the beginning of ignorance. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, got to consider other people's points of view. That's correct. It's kind of why I'm a centrist. Frank Morgendorfer says, Sporty, you missed Ed showing us what he gets up to when the wife is away. It starts around 7 minutes into the current live stream. Sporty says, so making sweeping generalizations based on rumor only, so ignorant. Like, sometimes, like, being general can be okay, Ron says, if people believe that learning is over. Redskin says, packing amps, like the Dire Straits moving color TVs and refrigerators. Yeah, right. Got the best shit microwave ovens. Ron says, rumors? What are you talking about? Sporty says, LOL, thanks, Frank. I'll scroll up when he's done. Sporty says, would love to see that. Okay, we'll play it one more time. Let me show it here. The interpretive dance version of my feelings for my wife being out of town for a couple of weeks. Let's play it. Good shit here. No. It's a mash paddle for making beer, by the way. Old time rock and roll. But anyway, very sad that my wife left town, and that was my feelings about that. Ron says, good. Ron says, I said nothing to offend anyone. Jody says, hey, that drink, she's seen it. Not in China. Got the Great Firewall over there, Frank says, That's got to be a wig. Nope, not a wig. My real hair. Ron says, not sure what set you off. Victor says, sounds like my old brown 6x9 JBL car speakers. Dallas says, now become a moderator to moderate the moderators. Moderation in moderation moderators. Damn, I was going to leave, wasn't I? Sporty says, originally joking, thus the tongue out emoji in it. Sporty says, LOL, Dallas. Sporty says, Ron likes me and vice versa. Deep down, we're fine. Sporty says, right, Ron. And Ron says, of course. Dallas says, peace out. After this, how? You have a good one, Dallas. Sporty says, his favorite woke smartass. Right. George says, Jethro told, did I miss it? Yeah, I played thick as a brick. You must have been on the road, like getting that fucking beer. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Carolina. Dallas says, I missed one. How boom, boom, boom. How. And George says, hey there, Norway. Ron says, I don't dislike anyone based on what they think. What they think should be a fluid thing that evolves as we learn and gain experience. If that's true, yeah. Ron says, did she see that? I don't know. Victor says, I usually comment to myself. Everyone in there likes me. Dallas says, yep, total done. Green says, I agree, Ron. Also, LOL. Sporty says, where did your wife go, Edward? China. She went to China for a month. Ron says, oh yeah, I forget. YouTuber says metal is kind of gay, but yeah, like fucking Man-O-War is kind of gay and stuff. Ron's raising the fucking red flag of China. Commie town. Yep. She don't like that shit no more. Like, now she came to the USA. Dallas says, whew. Sporty says, a whole month. Edward's going to be rocking the house down at all hours. Yeah, I already have it shaved and stuff. So, got the whole house fucked up. And Jody says, she will see when she comes home, LOL. And I'm going to clean it up. Redskin says, Victor, I do the same thing. Only a few people in there don't like me. Sporty says, where is she from in China? Beijing. George says, more SRV and or ZZ Top. Might do some in a minute. All right. Dallas says, ciao. Sporty says, cool. Let's do a shot. Curtis says, doom metal is cool. You love me some fucking like an Electric Wizard and of course, Black Sabbath and the inventors of doom metal, the inventors of metal in general. Sporty says, bye, Dallas. Sporty says, have you been to China, Ed? No, I ain't getting on a plane for fucking 14 hours. The Flo says, yes, some ZZ Top. All right. Let's do some ZZ Top.
downtown. I'm just asking for some tub.
Yowza. All right. Jody says, love your guitar skills. I appreciate that very much. Redskin says, should try to play my channel theme song. Have to look that up. All right. Sporty Otter says, the school kids passing or talking about it. Is that person or a video outside the street? Shit. Victor says, I don't always listen to Ed, but when I do, so do all my neighbors. Yeah, crank it up, man. Sporty says, looked out and told him it's Edward Phillips channel on YouTube. Ron says, aye, nice. Sonny Lopez says, you like the tunes I've been sending? That's some good shit you always send, man. Yeah. Love that stuff. Did you and Carol see the special video I made for this broadcast? Like the risky business video? George Ordway says, welcome. Ron Swanson says, Green, you have been here before, right? Jody says, yep, my neighbors too, LOL. And Sonny Lopez says, no, okay, let's play it again. All right. Once again, the wife has been out of town for a couple of weeks, went to China for a month, and I decided to show my feelings about that through the art of interpretive dance. And so we're going to watch this one more time here. Played it twice already. Just a little film I made. Spent a whole day on it. Might as well show it a few times. All right. Yeah. It's my feelings about my wife being gone to China through the fine art of interpretive dance. Inspired by Risky Business by Tom Cruise. Green says, love it. Russell says, wait. Martian Murray says, gonna post this on your page. Might put it in a fucking Patreon or something. Russell says, the fuck I walk into. George Ordway says, question that any Warren Zevon in you. I don't think I know none of his stuff. Sporty says, your boxers are better than Tom Cruise's boring undies. Yeah, he had fucking tidy whities on. Sporty says, Russell came just in time. Sporty says, Bedlam Russell. Russell says, is this Tom Cruise? Sonny says, epic, I'll show Carol. George says, LOL. Redskin says, won't post as a clicking link? Maybe to Patreon. Russell says, I need a divorce lawyer and a fresh passport. Frank Morgendorfer says, Southern folks are different. Realized this when I lived in North Florida in the 80s. Yeah, Southern people are kind of fucked up, you know. Green says, laughing my ass off. I officially love your personality, guitar skills, vocals, and sense of humor. You got my like and sub. Cool, man. Appreciate that very much. Like, subscribe, and share. It helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Sporty Otter says, welcome to the Edward Drinking Club, Green. Thomas Newberry says, I just got home. What fresh hell is this? Yeah, I just showed y'all some fucking cool death metal singing, you know. I mean, you gotta do like a fucking old bar song like that. Might as well make it sound cool, right? I said years ago, I'll never do fucking old time rock and roll again. But when I had to do it, like, I made it sound fucking awesome. Sporty says Ed was channeling Tom Cruise for us, and probably maybe an old Cannibal Corpse guy, Chris Barnes. Sporty Otter says, hopefully no Scientologist will come knocking at his door now. Yeah, right, yeah. George says, Werewolf in London, Warren Z. Oh, okay, I didn't know he wrote that. Russell Zoner says, I must have been going to the right blues shows because people always joked about Mustang Sally, but to be honest, I'm trying to remember if I ever heard it live. Yeah, Mustang Sally, like another one I'll never play again in my life. Redskin George says, like the new Top Gun, though. Yeah, I was fucking dragged to that by my wife. Yeah, had to watch that. Top Gun Maverick. Didn't see the first Top Gun. Frank Morgendorfer says, you got to do a follow-up video, maybe glam rock if you can't fit one in any of your wife's frocks. Yeah, I mean, might do like some Chris Barnes glam metal, you know. Like he always did the best like classic rock covers, like 6 Feet Under, like did them AC/DC songs and shit. Ron says, I showed my wife and she said to tell you she thoroughly enjoyed that. Green says, thanks, I rarely drink, but I'll hold any other lady's hair and gent's hair if need be. Sporty says, I like the Commitments version of Mustang Sally still. Green says, be right back. Victor says, only if a hot chick is singing. Russell says, every band I've seen either refused to play it or refused requests in general. One band decided to play Charlie Parker all night because people wouldn't shut the fuck up. Like, it was glorious. Yeah, I wish I knew some Charlie Parker. I'd do that too. Let me restart this chat real quick. Computer's getting kind of glitchy. By the way, like Sonny, if you're still in here, like Is Carol's back doing better? Hope she can make it to the show like Saturday. Sporty says we can Ron common ground baby cakes. Ron Swanson says what a scam. George Ordway says any grunge in you or some punk. Might play some punk a little bit later. Scrabble B says I love you Renee. Sporty says damn loony cult for rich fools. Ron says punk for sure. Sonny says, I made veal shanks today. That's pretty fucking cool. Talking about like osso buco and shit. And Sonny says, yes. Glad she's improving. Hope she can make it to the show Saturday. Like up at the Peach Festival in Trenton, South Carolina. Sporty says, I feel the same, Wesley. Absolutely. Such a kind, warm vibe from you. Yeah, my bass player had like a back injury, and she had to sit out some gigs. And yeah, hope she can like improve by next week and show up to the gig like Saturday. Very good bass player. Kind of missing her right now. Hurt her back lifting weights. George says, grand to hear. Scrabble B says, I also go by Wesley. Sonny says, also Buco and veal marsala. Okay, that's good shit there. Russell says, I talked about Marky Ramone earlier, band Dust. There's a song, Pull Away, that has a ripping bass line from Kenny Aronson. Jody says, I have a really strange request you probably don't know, Banjo Rainbow Connection. Never heard that. Russell says, if you're looking at more old punk, that is. Let me think of some old punk. Let's see. Like Sonny Mike can help me out here. He says, check out Dayglow Abortions. All right, I'll check them out. Jody says, hope she gets better soon. George Ordway says, sucks to get hurt while getting strong. Yeah, like last time I fucking deadlifted, I fucked my back up. Russell's Honor says, LOL, throw out some Jello. Jello? Okay. Let me think of a Jello song that I know the words to. One second here. Sporty says California Uber Alice. Sonny says kill the poor. I might know the words to California Uber Alice, like maybe some of the words to kill the poor. Let's see.
Efficiency in progress is ours once more. Now that we have the neutron bomb, nice and quick and clean and gets things done. Less value to property. Sun beams down on a brand new day. No more welfare tax to pay. Jane Fonda on the screen again. The best of liberals is okay. Kill the poor tonight.
Don't know the words.
Kill the poor. Kill the poor. Kill the poor tonight. Kill the poor. Kill the poor. Kill the poor tonight.
It's all the words I know. Now, California Uber Alice, let me see. Let's see.
I'm Governor Jerry Brown. My heart smiles and never frowns. Soon I will be president. Got the power of Circle A. I will be Sparrow one day. I will command all of you. Kids will meditators. Kids will meditators too. California, Uber Alice, California, Uber Alice, Uber Alice, California, Uber Alice, Cali, California. Fuck. The fascists will control you. Do you think it's natural? You will jog for the master race, still don't wear the happy face. Close your eyes, can't happen here. And the hate is near. The hippies won't come back, you say. Mellow out or you will pay. Mellow out or you will pay. California, Uber Alice, California, Uber Alice, Uber Alice, California, Uber Alice, Cali, California. Now is a 1984, knocking at your front door. It's the suede denim police. They've come for your uncool knees. Come quietly to the camp. You look nice as a drawstring lamb. Don't you worry, it's only a shower. For her clothes, it's a pretty flower. Inorganic poison gas. Serpent's eggs already hatched. You will croak, you little clown. If you mess with President Brown. If you mess with President Brown. California, Uber Alice. California, Uber Alice. Uber Alice. California, Uber Alice. Cali, California.
All right. One I haven't played in like 20 fucking years, you know. So, quite a few fuck ups in there, but, kind of resembles California Uber Alice by the Dead Kennedys. And Carol Lopez says, I miss you too, Edward. Appreciate that. Yeah, she's kind of out on her ass right now, with a back injury. I hope you get over that pretty soon. Come back and playing with us and stuff. Ron says, love this one. Sporty Otter says, that voice. Russell says, and the Offspring were just on Kimmel. Surprising amount of people that live the rock and roll lifestyle still alive. Sporty says, knock on wood. Russell says, I'm never surprised to hear someone died. Just nice to hear them release new stuff or perform. Watched a new Biohazard video today. They seem to have aged well. Sporty says, Gilmore has a new album coming out in some months. My breath is bated. Russell says, damn, Edward. Appreciate that. Sporty says, somebody clip this. Sporty says, for music history, Russell says an EP of punk covers would probably get some streams. Might do that. Sounds like a good idea. Sporty says punk is raw. This is fucking punk. Russell says make that epi work. Green says I'm back. LOL. Russell says it's punk. Not possible to fuck up. Sporty says best wishes for your recovery. Russell says and yeah, whatever Gilmore is putting out is always worth a listen, if for nothing else than what his kids are up to. Carol says I'm doing a lot better today. Chiropractor fixed me up pretty well. Still in a little pain, but not like a few days ago. That's good. Hope you can make it out Saturday, play the Peach Festival. George Ordway says, LOL everyone, and thanks for the new release info. Amazing. Sporty Otter says, I love this daughter, Russell. Green says, heard you jamming out, Ed. Edward across my house. What was the band and song name? That was California Uber Alice by the Dead Kennedys. Sporty says, I love his music with his daughter so deeply. Love in Life says, play what you want, brother. Ron says, Jimmy Kimmel, laughing my ass off. Ron says, smart guy. Carol says, should be good for Saturday. Okay, cool. Yeah, hope you can make it out to Trenton. We will be playing in Trenton, South Carolina, in Edgefield County, Saturday at the Peach Festival. Sporty says, back pain is a bitch, Carol. Toes and fingers crossed. Ron says, hey, Carol. Yeah, fucking back pain like laid me out for a week. No, 2 weeks, actually. I wasn't even doing nothing. I was like pulling clothes out of the washing machine and my back just went like, fuck you. And I had to cancel gigs and shit over that. So I know what it's like. Russell says, yeah, the Gilmore family still flies under the radar somehow, but that reminds me, Shannon and Ashley Campbell did a 20-minute set of original music at a NAMM breakfast. And let's see, Carol says, hi, Ron. George Ordway says, Folsom. I played that one earlier, actually. Ron Swanson says, we have a place in BC called Peachland. We have a lot of peaches grow around here. Frank Morgendorfer says, if you played Weeping Willow tonight, I might play that in a bit. All right. Green says, back pain is no joke. Yeah, like when it hits that right spot where you can't fucking like lay down comfortably and all that shit. Ron says, there's a festival there in British Columbia, I think he means. Carol says, thanks for the Will's wishes. Russell Zoner says, Shannon and Ashley Campbell performed live at the 2014 Summer NAMM show, actually 27 minutes. Sonny says, you're going to be surprised by a Sugar Ray song I just sent you. Sugar Ray, that's some old 90s nostalgia there. Green says, Edward, how long you been playing guitar? Do you play other instruments? Yeah, I mean, I can like kind of play drums and bass and stuff like that, and a banjo a little bit, mandolin. But I've been playing guitar for, 30-something years. About 9 or 10 when I started. Green says, I just read that. And Russell says, I ripped the video from YouTube so I could transcribe the songs and lyrics. They're originals and are not published anywhere by Glenn Campbell's kids performing. I have to see that. Cool. Sonny says, trust me on this song. All right. I'll watch that. Green says, tight and nice. Smoke, this one might play some Blind Boy Fuller Weeping Willow. I think it might be shot time. Sonny says, Punk Sugar Ray's so good. Like fucking early stuff by them? Or something like that? Russell says, trust me that everyone needs to see the Shannon and Ashley video. There are 6 tunes they've written. They're from a pretty good to soul piercing. Sporty says, Weeping Willow would be lovely. Ron says, yeah. And Sonny says, no. Oh, okay. Like some later punk stuff by them. All right. Smoke this cigarette. We'll play some Weeping Willow. Music blogger says, can you sing me House of the Rising Sun? Kind of forgot the words. I used to sing it like 20 years ago. I don't really know the words anymore. George Ordway says, crank it out, dealer's choice. Sporty Otter says, I love that one too, music blogger. Green says, what is your poison, Edward? A shot of what? Okay, let's see what the choices are here. I got some Courvoisier right here, some VS Cognac for the ladies man's liquor. And I got some Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy 120 proof corn liquor from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Y'all tell me, cognac or corn? Sporty says, I'm still grinning about when we fell into the punk bowl this morning. Victor says, you can just sing Amazing Grace vocals to it. Oh, Jesus. Martian Murray says, corn. Sonny Lopez says, corn. Spelled like the new metal band from the 90s. Ron Swanson says, shine. Green says, whistles. Oof. Ron says, here we just call it clear. Corn liquor. Frank says shine, shine. All right. Victor Swinson says LOL. Ron says whiskey, that is. All right. I guess we'll do some corn liquor. Cosmic Sunbeam says weed. I don't smoke weed no more. I had a joint about 15 years ago. Sporty says, now you made me sing Love Light to myself, Frank. Sporty says, Cosmic Sunbeams. Love and Life says, I'd be down for Skinner. I need you. I kind of retired from playing Leonard Skinner a long time ago. Like, Victor says, Ringo. It don't come easy. You know it don't come easy. Russell's Honor says, check out Pride and Glory if you want some new Southern rock. Kind of a big Black Oak, Arkansas type of guy. Green says, LOL, Shine kicked my ass one night. It was unforgettable. Yeah, this stuff will kick your ass right here. It's fucking 120 proof, kind of overproof by my taste. Like, I think Shine ought to be 100. See if I can pour it in here from this jar. All right. Russell says, Victor says, no song. You talk about Ringo. No, I don't smoke it no more. Russell says, Black Country Communion is also doing some shows now that Glenn Hughes left the Dead Daisies. Sonny says, El Duce, I sent you, check it out. All right. I will look that up. Yeah, good old El Duce, kind of a G.G. Allen almost type figure, like sang for the Mentors, and they were on Jerry Springer one good time. I believe they were there with Guar, weren't they? Yeah. Got hit by a train. Russell says, we talked about P&G. This is Zach Wild doing his chicken picking with the bass player and drummer from White Lion. It's amazing. Yeah, I saw Zach Wild 2 weeks ago playing with Pantera. Victor says, don't get it on you. George says, Corn and please sing I Saw the Light. I don't know the words to I Saw the Light. I know the music. Sonny says, yes. Russell's Honor says, the bonus songs, a disc for P&G is pure gold. Sonny says, karaoke songs. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh, before I take it, yeah, cheers. Kim Pie, L'Chaim, Skull, you know, all them good cheers there. Slanta, Ubentium. Russell says, wait, the Mentors were on Springer? Have to look that video up. Yeah, on there with Guar. Have to confess. Back in my younger years, I was an avid Jerry Springer watcher in the 90s and 2000s. Every weekday at like 12 noon, you know, out of school for the summer and shit. Like I'd be home, I'd watch that shit like every day on the local Fox affiliate. Now, what was that first request there? I forgot it already. Hang on. Oh, Weeping Willow. Okay, yeah. And then after that, like I Saw the Light. Okay. All right, let's do some finger picking here. Some Weeping Willow. Piedmont style blues. Probably fuck it up, but we'll try it. Weeping willow and that mourning dove. That weeping willow and that mourning dove. I got a gallop in the country that I sure do love. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. Ain't been no loving since my little gal's been gone. Where it ain't no love, there ain't no getting along. Where there ain't no love and there ain't no getting along. She treat me so mean and dirty, I don't know right from wrong. Lord, I lay down last night, tried to take my rest. I lay down last night, tried to take my rest. My mind started rambling just like wild geese from the west. Buy me a bulldog, watch me whilst I sleep. Gonna buy me a bulldog, watch you whilst I sleep. Just to keep these men from making that early morning creep. That you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. I ain't had no loving since that little gal's been gone. You're gonna want my love, baby, some lonesome day. You're gonna want my loving, baby, some lonesome day. It'll be too late, I'll be gone so far away. All right, some Piedmont style blues out of North Carolina by the great Blind Boy Fuller. Now let's see if I can do a finger picking version of I Saw the Light. Don't know the words. Now let's do a capo here. One of the few gospel songs I know. Hank Williams there. Probably one of the top 3 greatest songwriters of the 20th century. Or top 4, since Lennon McCartney had 2 people, like Lennon McCartney, Bob Dylan, and yeah, Hank Williams. Let me turn my AC on here. Ron says, that was smooth. Appreciate that. Frank Morgendorfer says, solid technique. Russell Zahner says, Ed, the picking machine. Everyone stay healthy. I got to go to bed so I can get up before the haters. Wish I was joking. LOL. Don't know. Everyone stay cool and thanks for kindness. See you later, Russell. You have a good one. Love in Life sends me like a firecracker and some beers. And Sporty says, Ed saw the light. That shit. Sporty says, right now. Green says, that's just beautiful playing. I will always love the acoustic over the electric guitar. Yeah, my great grandpa like felt the same way. Yeah, that's where the finger picking in the family came from. Victor says, Dawn in Ukraine. Ron says, wow, this is tight. Great job, brother. Appreciate that. George says, Russ, get some good sleep. Green says, good night, Russell. Sporty Otter says, see you, Russell. Victor Swinson says, bye, Russ. Green says, that was a blessing and a gift in one, Edward. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, I was never a fucking praying man, but I did play like a few songs in my fucking great uncle's fundamentalist Baptist church when I was growing up. I'd like play like a Jesus Savior pilot me, and then he'd like a bitch about lesbians and stuff like that, you know. $2:30 here. Might go to 3 o'clock, I think. Jody says, got a pee, LOL, be right back. All right. Frank Morgendorfer says, Dylan Williams and Ellen MC, Lennon McCartney, I guess. All good songwriters. Check out Mark E. Smith, main songwriter for the fall. Have to check him out. All right. And let's not forget Brian Wilson, just died a few days ago. Like one of the greatest arrangers and producers of all time. George Ordway says, do you do No Tears in Heaven, Clapton? Fuck, I used to know about half of it like years ago. I completely forgot that one. Yeah. Phil Judd says, great to catch you live from Brisbane, Australia, 4 p.m. on Thursday afternoon here. Always enjoy your sessions while I work. Cool, glad you're enjoying it, man. 2:30 a.m. here. Green says everyone has to start somewhere. I'm glad that your family was blessed musically and passed that love down to you. Yeah, my great grandpa played guitar. He taught my dad to play. My dad taught me to play, basically. Frank says Wilson waits so many great writers. Yeah. Wilson, Tom Waits, and so many great writers. Yeah, I kind of like genuinely felt bad when Brian Wilson died. Like he was like a major guy for me, like as far as like a listening material, like influences and stuff like that. Pet Sounds is one of my favorite albums of all time. Like I could listen to Pet Sounds all day and it would never get old. Victor says, the blues teaches me that we are all just poor souls trying to get through this life the best we can. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's about. Yeah. Ron says, can you play your grandpa's song, please? Yeah. So, all right, my grandpa Turner wrote a song like back in the day, like a fucking finger picking song. He taught it to my dad. My dad taught it to me. I never met my great grandpa, but here we go. Oop, broke the pick. Let's try another one. And this is called Cal Turner's Blues. He was from a town called Edgefield, South Carolina. He loved bluegrass music. He fucking hated electric guitars. My dad bought that, that expensive Les Paul that I got back in the day, like back in the 70s. He showed it to my great grandpa. He said, piece of shit. Like acoustic music only for him. Like he was a big Bill Monroe fan, big bluegrass guy. Loved Leon Redbone too for some reason. Probably because Leon Redbone played the kind of stuff he listened to when he was growing up. Green says, love it already. Cool, man. Ron says, that's what it's about, no doubt. Phil Judd says, great pick, and I'm hearing Chet and Merle in there. Special to have it passed down. Man, you can pick. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much. Music Blogger says, ever thought about putting lyrics to it? Maybe. Might do that. Green says, music just soothes the soul. Yeah, the right kind of music. Yeah, but Ron Swanson says, cool, brother. Thanks. Welcome, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, the blues and Buddhism, all based on the human struggle. There's a book in there somewhere. Green says, LOL, Edward, great question. Music. Ron says, any fond memories of him you could share? Not the chitlins at the fair, LOL. No, I never met him. Like my great grandpa. He died in the 70s. Heard tapes of him. It was my grandpa who brought me to the Chitlin Strut, like in Wagner Sally back in the day. Yeah, my grandpa, who I did know very well, took me to a fucking a Chitlin festival They actually had a festival here in South Carolina about pig guts. Yeah, in Wagner Sally. And they had this big fucking building where they were cooking the chitlins, and these big, like, giant, like, industrial fans, like, blowing that pig shit smell out of the building. And I walked by them fans and, like, almost passed out. Like, I was like... And I played with a band that day, like an old-time country band. A guy named Tex Davis played a Les Paul. We played on a fucking flatbed truck. And they had a hog calling contest. George says, my Jensen failed with Warren Zevon's greatest hits, play it over and over. I'm glad I liked him. Couldn't get to the radio. Ron says, had two grandpas, and they couldn't have been more different. Same with me too. Yeah, my fucking grandpa on my mom's side that I took after, like he was like a laid back kind of nice guy and stuff. My grandpa on my dad's side, like he was like, fuck you, I beat your goddamn ass, goddamn it, you know. Ron says, do they still do that? I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out. He says, what happened to that band? They're probably all dead now. These old guys. Like Victor says, with no rug. Love and Life says, Chitlin Circuit was where it was at in the 80s. The old Chitlin Circuit, like comedians like Red Fox and people like that, like started on the Chitlin Circuit, the blues players. Sporty says, Frank Flamenco is that Buddhist blues family too. Music of oppressed people. Yeah, flamenco is like Spanish gypsies. Yeah. Ron says, I gotta go. If you're still on in 45 minutes, I'll be back until you shut it down. And I'll probably get out at like 3. Ron says, a 50's still here. Yep, got a good crowd. Green says, take care, Ron. You have a good one, Ron. You have a good night. I'll probably be off by 3. So, see you next time, man. Would you like to do a shot before you go, Ron? Sporty says, see you, Ron. Jody says, Gary B.B. Coleman. I don't think so. Have to look him up. You mean Gary Coleman, that fucking midget from TV? Ron says, how long until it's 3? About 15 minutes. He says, sure. All right, y'all. Here we go. Got the Cuddy Sark blended 12-year-old Scotch right here. Classic stuff. And the Gentleman Jack Off Tennessee whiskey right here. Y'all tell me, Jack or Scotch? Martian says Scotch. Sporty Otter says Cuddy. Ron says Scotch. Shit. Scotch winning so far. Frank says flamenco equals folk music equals soul music, all based around the struggles of the human condition, and that's why it resonates. That's true, yeah. Yeah, blues, basically like black folk music. Flamenco, basically the folk music of like Spanish gypsies in southern Spain. Yeah. Folk music is, people music, right? Music of the people. Green says Scotch. Victor says Scotch. Or Sporty says precisely Frank. Sporty says, Fado in Portugal, same thing. Okay, yeah. So they kind of got their own flamenco stuff there. Sporty says, or bossa nova in Brazil. Yeah. Bossa nova is like a particular drum beat. Used to be really popular, like in the U.S. back in the 50s and 60s. And I have had to teach drummers to do a bossa nova beat because like drummers these days don't listen to anything. like Break On Through by the Doors. Like the intro to that was like a bossa nova beat. It's like right. All right, so Scotch wins this. Victor says, we have a quorum. Sporty says, bossa nova is music of oppressed people originally. Frank says, same with trad, Irish, and Scottish music. Yeah. Especially that fucking Irish stuff. Like half of those fucking Irish folk songs are about like shooting British people and stuff. I've heard them. All right, some Scotch here. Victor says a shave and a hair cut 2 bits. Sporty says why we instinctively love music because we're all folk at heart. Yeah, pretty much. Music kind of like connects with the language part of your brain. That's kind of what it does. Ron says that was a sick beat, old bossa nova beat. Sporty says people who sing about how life is hard. Loving life sends me a Scottish flag and a green heart. Cool. I guess he might be from Scotland there. Sporty says no shooby dooby, nothing words. Let's do this shot here. All right, L'chaim, Slanta, Skull, Prost, Cheers, Salud, Kim Pie, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch. Ron says, love the drum intro to Disturb, Down with the Sickness. Disturb. Yeah, I can't remember it. Like, wasn't a big listener of them. like basically like by the time that old like new metal came out, like in the late 90s, I had kind of checked out from the radio and shit. Kind of remember the song though. Frank Morgendorfer says that the anti-Brit songs got popular during the independence struggles in the early 20th century. Yeah. I believe the Irish Revolution was like the 1920s or something like that. George says any Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and yeah, not lyrically, nah. Green says, Edward, since you play so beautifully, I don't know if you've heard of a metal band named Vor. They have a great acoustic instrumental called Opaque. You should check it out. I'll check that out. All right. Like me some metal. Obviously, from hearing my fucking old-time rock and roll cover earlier. Sporty Otter says, I really do not like traditional German folk music in the slightest. Makes me unpopular here. Yeah, talking about that fucking accordion shit. Yeah, with the lederhosen. Frank says, my grandmother taught me a few rebel songs. Cool. I was always a big fan of Luke Kelly, like an Irish singer. Sporty Otter says, about the Troubles, Frank. Well, I believe, like, I might be wrong. Like, Frank might have to correct me. The Troubles were during like the 70s and shit, right? Like when like Northern Ireland was fucking blowing up and shit. Frank says, is trad German music, umpa music? Yeah, like umpa, yeah. Sporty says, yeah, Edward. Sporty says, and yes, Frank. Sporty says, it's really, really unpleasant. You know, I kind of like some polka and shit. Victor says, I won't give you an Irish goodbye tonight. Yeah, talking about the old the Irish goodbye when you don't like wave or say nothing. Yeah, just walk off. Green says, nice. Let me know if you like it. They have another instrumental called Albion. Oh, okay, I'll check that out. Jody says, you play Sandman? I know it. Let me see. You mean like Inner Sandman or Sandman by Chet Atkins? Like a Chet's version, like I like really don't remember. Ron says, gonna say goodnight. Love you guys. See you later, Ron. I'll probably be off in about 8 minutes. You have a good one, man. See you next time. Probably next Wednesday. Got a gig Saturday. Alrighty. Ron says, you do you, Ed. I can come on late Wednesday. All right, Ed. Hope to see you there. You have a good one, Ron. Take care. Love in Life says, I'd rather hear 18 in Life than Sand. Don't know that one. Skid Row, yeah. Ron says, maybe a Tuesday show would be cool. Have a meeting on Wednesday. Might do a Tuesday show, all right. George says, sweet. Thumbs up, everyone, or peace sign. Jody says, hugging your pillow tonight. Hugging your pillow tight. All you learn lyrics, you be awesome. Ron says, just read that. Sporty Otter says, I can see why one may learn this one first. It's a loop. Music Blogger says, killer tone on that guitar, man. Cool, thank you, man. Sporty says, with wild stuff on top. Green says, Edward's a great guitar player. Appreciate that very much. Ron says, good night all. See you later, Ron. Got about 5 minutes on here. I'm probably going to spend on here. Sporty says, play us your grand finale. All right. I'll do that. Victor says, peace to all, sweet dreams. Victor says, thanks, Ed. Sporty says, the one you want to send us home, ringing in our ears. Frank says, Batman time, almost. Green says, good night, Ron. Jody says, sweet dreams, no Batman song, like you. Sporty says, enjoy this time together. All right, let's do my biggest hit on the internet, Robert Johnson's Crossroad Blues.
Crossroad, fell down on my knee. I went to the crossroad, fell down on my knee. Asked the Lord above I may sinner, say, poor Bob, if you please. Went down to the crossroad, I tried to flag it right. I went to the crossroad, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Went down to the crossroads, I looked east and west. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. No sweet woman, babe, yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down. All right, about closing time here. Sebastian says, all right, brother, enjoyed the show and tunes tonight, man. I'm heading to bed. See you next show. I'll be buying the album next week. I appreciate that very much, man. You have a good one, dude. Jody says, a great song.
It says, I'm picky about my music. You good. Sherry, appreciate that very much, man. Sporty Otter says, hi, Penny. Now I got to write that this week, and I'm happy. Green says, please tell me that he posts videos of him singing and playing. He had plenty of videos on this channel, yeah. Look at me doing stuff. Music Blogger says, always a pleasure, Ed. I'll see you next week. Peace. Green says, right, Victor. Frank Morgendorfer says, I saw some footage on YouTube recently of supposedly Robert Johnson playing. Most of the ones I've seen are fake, unless it's like a fucking new one, like maybe, I don't know. Green says, I love this. So Sporty Otter says, Resonator rules. Music Blogger says, good night, everyone. Green says, good night, Sebastian. Sporty says, sliding like butter on hot pancakes with Willie Brown. All right, let's play the outro here, the Batman theme. Same bat time, same bat station next week, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here we go. Alrighty. Sporty says, I saw some clips the other day that were allegedly lead belly. Allegedly, there are only 2 existing that are quite like him. I believe there's a couple of clips of him. Green says, that was beautifully done, Edward. Sweet. Thank you in advance for posting those videos. Cool. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Frank says, thanks for your time and talent, Ed. Well, I appreciate you showing up, man. Sporty Otter says, merci, Edward. Till next time. Green says, good night, music. Sporty says, Batman goes surfing with Brian Wilson. George Ordway says, we you later. Well, I'll we you later, too. Frank says, good one, Sporty. Sporty Otter Pop says, thank you, Frank. All right. Guess we'll end it right here. See y'all next time. Probably same bat time, same bat channel. And, yeah, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm out. Peace out, y'all.